Please let the house come to order. Please stand this morning as we are led in prayer. The gentleman from Hines, Representative Gibbs, will introduce our guest minister for the day who will pray for us, and then please remain standing after the prayer for the Pledge of Allegiance. Gentleman from Hines.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and good morning to the House of Representatives. Very privileged to introduce one of District 72's finest pastors, Reverend Portia Moore of Stronger Hope Missionary Baptist Church. Also want to thank all of the District 72 residents that are here for District 72 Day. Thank y'all so much for coming. Without further ado, please welcome Reverend Portia Moore.
Let us pray at this time. Gracious and eternal God, we come before you today with grateful hearts as we gather for District 72 Day here in our beloved town of Jackson, Mississippi. Lord, we thank you for this community, for the people who live, work, serve, and pour into this district every day. We thank you for the history that has shaped us, the hands that have built us, and the hope that continues to carry us forward. God, we ask that you bless this gathering. Let it be a moment of unity, encouragement, and shared purpose. Lord, we ask that you bless the leaders, the organizers, and everyone who has worked to make this day possible. Give them wisdom, humility, and a heart of service. Strengthen their hands to do good work for the people they represent and guide us to make decisions that brings peace, progress, and opportunity to this community. We also pray for the residents of District 72. Cover every home, every school, every business, every street with your grace. Protect our children as they learn and grow. Encourage our families who carry daily responsibilities. Comfort those who may be hurting, struggling, or feeling unseen. God, help us to remember that a strong community is built not by plans and programs, but by compassion, cooperation, care for one another. Teach us to be neighbors who lift each other up and support one another and work together for the good of all. As we celebrate today, let joy fill this place. Let conversations be meaningful, partnerships be formed, and hope be renewed. And Lord, may everything we say and do today reflect the values, the kindness, respect, and the service that honors you. We thank you for this moment, this district, and we thank you for the great state of Mississippi that we call home. In your gracious name we pray, amen.
Attention, salute, pledge.
Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Close the machine, Madam Clerk.
There's a quorum present, Mr. Speaker.
We will have the reading of the journal. Gentleman from Rankin, Representative Powell, moves we dispense with the reading of the journal. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Report of select committees.
We have none, Mr. Speaker.
Report of standing committees.
We have reports on the calendar, Mr. Speaker.
Introduction of bills and constitutional amendments. Gentleman from Marion, Mr. Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to dispense with the reading of the introductions.
Is there objection to this? Hearing none, Mr. Clerk, we will follow that procedure. Resolutions, petitions, memorials, and other papers.
We have none, Mr. Speaker.
All right, at this time, one of our head pages, Anders Estor, will come forward to introduce our pages for the week. Y'all please give her your attention, and pages, if you would, please stand. And when she calls your name, please raise your hand so we can put a face with a name and know who you are. Lady, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House of Representatives, these are our pages for the week. We have Aubrey James from Ridgeland. We have Bailey Street from New Albany. We have Cortez Thomas from Edwards. We have Gunnar Wilkes from Kilmichael. We have Jillian Breland from Brandon. We have Michaela Gainey from Morton. We have Arian Adams from Terry. We have Christy Lampton from Prentice. We have Penny Pan from Madison. We have John Bell from Jackson. We have Landon Cato from Moss Point. We have Elijah Eubanks from Walls. We have Addison Anderson from Vicksburg. We have Kyran Holloway from Terry. We have Zach Holloway from Wesson. We have Kalia Kroon from Moss Point. We have Keziah Kemple from Clinton. We have Ethan Williams from Utica. We have Harper Scott from Madison. We have Ashanti Odom from Jackson. We have William McCarley from Byhalia. We have Hunter Hudson from Caledonia. We have Ricky Williams from Clinton. We have Thane Ryers from Hernando. And we have Jolie Stallworth from Pearl. Thank you.
Introduction of guests and visitors. Gentleman from Smith, Mr. Tullis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, in the North Gallery, help me make welcome the students and parents from Pleasant Hills Mennonite School there in Mize in Smith County, Mississippi. Make them feel welcome.
Welcome. Good to have you here at your capital today. Gentleman from Rankin, Mr. Yancey.
Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the North Gallery, all the way from Washington, D.C., from the Administration for Children and Families, we have some very special guests here with us today. Assistant Secretary Alex Adams. Oh, please stand as I call your name. Chief of Staff Martha Verno, and Deputy Assistant Secretary for Management, Delegated Commissioner for the Administration for Children and Families, Cody Inman. Please help me make them welcome.
Welcome.
And Mr. Speaker, I have one more announcement in the North Gallery. Lee and Gretchen Watson are here with Frontline Families. They represent more than 1,000 families in foster care, and we're happy to have them here today. We're all celebrating the passage of the foster care bill. Help me
Welcome.
welcome.
Good to have y'all here today. Gentleman from Rankin, Mr. Varner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have an introduction and a couple announcements real quick.
Yes, sir.
All right. First of all, we want to welcome Mississippi State Hospital. If you work at Mississippi State Hospital, will you just stand up where you're at? Some of our folks, I know we have some over here. But I do have one special introduction. This man over here is Lee Varner in North Gallery. And that's Lee Varner. That is my brother. And they used to call him Lethal Lee because he wanted to be a wrestler one that day. But there he is. Y'all welcome Lee Varner to the place.
Welcome, gentlemen.
And also, just real quick, just the announcement about Mississippi State Hospital is serving lunch today from 11 to 1 o'clock. Make sure you go downstairs and get your ticket. And if you're not going to use your ticket, at least go get it and get it to the clerk's office, and they can make sure that lunches are given out to anybody that may want one. But if you can't go, still go get your ticket, they're asking. So thank you all so much. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, gentlemen. Gentleman from Hines, Mr. Gibbs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, drawing our attention to the South Gallery, I have a whole lot of constituents who are with me today, and I want to thank all of them for coming, but I would like to give a special recognition to Mayor Harvey Johnson, who is here with us today. Mayor, I want you to be recognized. And also, we have Dr. Jerry Young, our past national president of the National Baptist Convention, and Ms. Helen Young, First Lady of the National Baptist Convention, who is with us today. And also, Judge Deborah Gibbs is here with us as well.
Welcome, Judge. Good to have you here, Judge. Gentleman from Lee, Mr. Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Introduction.
Yes, sir.
In the North Gallery, we have the Mississippi Cosmetology and Barber Board. Would you please stand and welcome them to the Capitol? That's my friend, Latricia Washington.
Welcome. Gentleman from Copiah, Mr. Holloway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, ladies and gentlemen of the House, if you would direct your attention to the South Gallery, we have a few special guests here. Ms. Tiga Jones, Amy Carruth, Carla Demon, and Angela Howell. Make them welcome in the South Gallery.
Lady from Hines, Ms. Summers.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome Ms. Latricia Washington. I'm not sure if she's in the South or North Gallery, but Ms. Washington, if you're here, please stand. She is the president. She's in the North Gallery. She is the president of the Mississippi Cosmetology and Barbering Association. Please make her feel welcome.
Welcome, lady.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
All right, I see no further introductions. We will go to the calendar. Concurrence, non-concurrence calendar. Motion to reconsider. Gentleman from Pearl River will be recognized at the gentleman from Tunica's desk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On item number 2 on the motion to reconsider calendar, Senate Bill 2794, I move to table.
Those opposed have 5 minutes. Anyone seek recognition on the gentleman's motion to table? Seeing none, the question occurs on the gentleman's motion to table. If you favor the motion, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Gentleman from Rankin, Mr. Yancey.
Mr. Speaker, item number 3, Senate Bill number 2566. I move to reconsider the vote by which it passed for purpose of an amendment.
All right, you may come forward. Does your motion at this point require further explanation, gentlemen, or are you ready
Yes,
to get
sir.
the bill back before us? All right, you're recognized.
So the bill's before us. We met yesterday with a number of cosmetology groups from across the state. I think there were many, many different angles and sides represented, and I think that we have finally come to an agreement on how this should be worded. So the first thing I'd like to do is to table the committee amendment.
All right, we got to reconsider it first. Gentleman's motion to reconsider. If you favor the gentleman's motion, indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill's back before us. And now, gentlemen, you wish to table.
Table the committee amendment.
All right. Gentlemen, you had a committee amendment, and then you had 3 or 4 amendments.
We're tabling all those amendments.
You're tabling all of those amendments.
Presenting a strike all. Yeah, those were amendments to the committee amendment.
Those were amendments before you adopted it.
Yeah.
I got you. All right.
So move we, let me introduce the gentleman from Panola to present the strike all.
Gentleman's motion is to table the strike-all amendment adopted on this bill. If you favor the gentleman's motion, indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Okay, now we're back on the original bill. And
all right.
Gentlemen, you are offering a new strike-all? I didn't. You're recognized now for your...
I recognize the gentleman from Panola to explain the strike all.
Gentleman from Panola, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, this bill is what we passed last week after a meeting yesterday and the amendments we had. We are adding the two-year repealer that was requested the other day. We are removing that the executive director have a college degree. We have came in and we have waived all late fees for this year. This is to allow all these individuals that have got caught up in the past that haven't been able to obtain their license. This allows them to come in this year and go back and get their license. All they're required to pay is the license fee. No late fees involved. That's to help everybody moving forward. The only thing we didn't include is this bill does not include a practical exam to get your license. It is still required in your education part, but it's not required to get your license. The only requirement to get your license is a written exam. And that is my explanation of the strike all.
Questions on Strike All Amendment 2? Gentleman from Copiah, Mr. Holloway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman Yale.
Yes, sir.
Gentlemen, I appreciate all, your hard work and dedication on this bill. I have one question. Now, does this make eligible the people who have been practicing for 10 or more years in this profession to go back 10 years?
It does, it does. As long as, if they go in within this period this year, there's no late fees.
Okay. I want to thank you and the chairman for all your hard work and dedication. You have touched a lot of people out there who would not have been included in the original amendment, so thank you for your hard work and dedication.
Thank you for offering that.
Gentleman from Neshoba, Mr. Bounds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With the gentleman yield.
Yes, sir.
The gentleman, now, seems like we've been dealing with barbers and cosmetologists for many years down here. And when we vote on this, we go home, they're going to ask us all a bunch of questions. First one I want to ask is, I know they've gotten way behind in their licensing. Are they caught up on that? Have they made any progress on that?
No, we have a new board. The new board is taking measures to get as up to date as they can. They're working on it every day. They think they have all the issues worked out. We're just worried about those people that there was a gap, a window that people have been expired for a couple of years. That's what we're working on now, and that's what gentleman from Copiah's issue was talking about.
All right. Do you think they're making progress on that?
I do.
Okay. And they're committed to doing that?
They are.
Okay. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Gentleman from Lee, Mr. Thompson.
Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
Gentlemen, I want to thank you for the work that you're doing for the Cosmetology and Barber Association. You're doing a great work, and I want to support this bill, sir.
Thank you.
Lady from Lincoln, Ms. Curry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, ma'am.
I have some people that are ready to open the door to their new business, and they've been sitting there for months because somebody has to come in and check them off that they're okay. Do you know if they have plenty of investigators or whatever they call them there hired?
I don't know about investigators, but I know they made several new hires in the last month. They're up to 7 employees answering the phones and trying to fix those issues.
Okay.
And if anybody, they're here, a lot of them are here, so if they have anything, let us know. We'll reach out.
Let me tell you this, that I told them to open. I said, do your business. If they can't do theirs, start yours, and I'll go to war with you.
You can give them my contact. I'll help them with it.
Thank you.
Lady, I'm just glad somebody with some hair is asking questions. Gentleman from Jones, Mr. Scoggin.
Gentlemen, you yield.
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us or explain in your meeting yesterday why they decided not to do the practical exam as far as getting a certification and a license?
Because that is required in the schooling part. The schooling is still required. You got to have your 1,500 hours if you want to be in Cosmo or barber, 600 for esthetician, 350 for nails. Part of that schooling requires that practical part. So it's kind of doubling up, and some of these people are only learning some of these skills to pass the test. They never use them again. And they're just trying to streamline to get people to work faster.
Okay, thank you.
Move.
Gentleman from Itawamba, Mr. Boyd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We yield?
Yes, sir.
I've had a few people come to me telling me that they got everything ready, but they couldn't go to work because their license didn't come, or they weren't able to take a test at the right time, and they were having to sit for 6-8 weeks, needing to go to work because they needed the money, but they couldn't do it because they couldn't get licensed, and they couldn't even work under somebody.
But the new board's making every effort they can to get these people licensed. I urge them to reach out to them. They've got folks working on it.
Okay, thank you.
Move to adopt the strike all.
Gentlemen, you yield for further questions. Lady from Pearl River, Ms. Hobgood Wilkes. She passes. All right. I see no further questions. If you favor the strike all amendment 2, indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Anything further on the bill, gentlemen?
No, ma'am. No, sir. Move for final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote 119 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. All right. Anything else on motion reconsider? Gentleman from Jackson, Mr. Geis, for what purpose?
Introduction, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, sir. You're recognized.
If I could ask the House to help me make welcome our doctor of the day, Dr. Sean Goshen. He's a family medicine specialist. He's working currently as a hospitalist at the great Singing River Hospital System in Ocean Springs. Let's make him welcome.
Welcome, Doc. Good to have you here. Appropriations calendar. Lady from the MIT, Vice Chairman of Appropriations, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item number 1 on the appropriations calendar, Senate Bill number 2189. Call it up and make the usual motion.
Lady calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Lady, I see you've got an amendment, a strike all.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
All right, you're recognized to explain that strike all.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The strike-all for Senate Bill 2189 is actually the language that we passed in House Bill 1648 earlier in the session. As you know, we usually have 2 transfer bills. The strike-all is a transfer bill that's just bringing code sections forward. The Budget Submissions Act, the Budget Reform Act, the Budget Contingents and Capital Expense Funds, the Gulf Coast Restoration Fund, and Section 9 is requiring the state fiscal officer to make transfers of $1 from the general fund to the capital expense fund and $1 from the treasurer's office abandoned property fund to the capital expense fund. It's effective July 1st, 2026. Again, we passed this earlier in the session. That's an explanation of the strike all, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on the strike all? Gentleman from Adams, Mr. Johnson.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the lady yield?
I will.
Let me understand this. We got code sections, but we don't have the numbers, but at some point there will be numbers in this bill. Am I correct?
That is correct.
And will that be before or during conference?
Usually, gentlemen, as you know, and you've been around a long time, usually it kind of depends as we work our way through the process, but at some point, at some period of time, you know, both sides will get together and decide what numbers will come in this bill. And usually it comes as we near the end of the session.
Okay, what I'm concerned about is having enough time to look at the numbers and all the House members be aware of what's in the bill. Is there any, can you give us any assurances we'll have more than a day to look at what will be in this bill?
Well, I think the Speaker has done an excellent job in making sure that we promote transparency with any of the appropriations bills. As you know, in the past, sometimes there has been some period of time where, and I've been here, I'm proud to say 21 years. So I know that there have been some periods of time where there has been a little bit of time, but I am proud to say that, again, I think the Speaker has done an excellent job in making sure that the bills lie over a period of time so that all the members have an opportunity to see what numbers are in the bill. And I think the Appropriations Chairman A through E have made certain of that as well. And I also think that the chairmen have made themselves available if any members have any questions. All of them have been here to answer any questions that a member may have about a particular agency or any particular numbers. So yes, to answer your question, we'll continue to promote transparency, gentlemen.
On this particular bill, will we have enough time to look at it?
On all the bills, gentlemen.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
I see no further questions on the strike call.
I move final passage after adoption, Mr. Speaker.
Lady moves adoption of strike call amendment 1. If you favor the strike call, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Anything further on the bill, lady?
No, Mr. Speaker.
She's moved final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote 119 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item, lady.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to go to item number 2 on the appropriations calendar, Senate Bill 2917. Call it up and make the usual motion.
Lady calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Lady, I see you've got a strike call. You're recognized to explain that strike call.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The strike call for Senate Bill 2917 is actually our local projects bill, and the strike call contains the House language that initially passed. And in the strike call, we're making changes for George County. We're striking the number 5, so now it just refers to hydrants. Section 2 and 3, if you can remember from the House bill, dealt with Mississippi Valley State University, and for the 2023 regular session and the 2024 regular session, Mississippi Valley State University, that language is giving Valley the opportunity to repair or renovate existing residence halls. For Section 4, Section 4 was not in the strike call, in the House language that we initially passed. And Section 4 has to deal with assisting the city of Indianola in paying costs associated with purchasing new police vehicles and equipment needed for special response teams. And also the town of Delo, Mississippi, as you may recall as well, there was money appropriated for the town of Delo for phase 2 and 3 and the paving of town streets. And so what this language that is being changed is going to give the town of Delo for phase 2 and 3 to repave other streets in the town. And then lastly, for Leake County, Mississippi, that language is being modified to give them the opportunity to pay costs associated with construction, repair, and renovation of North Jordan Street, as well as other streets in the county. It's effective upon passage. That's an explanation of the strike call, Mr. Speaker. I'll yield for any questions.
I don't see any questions, lady.
I move adoption of the strike call.
Motion occurs on the adoption of strike call amendment 1. If you favor the strike call, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Anything further on the bill?
No, Mr. Speaker, I move final passage.
She moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote 115 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Gentleman from Calhoun, Mr. Bailey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I got an introduction.
Yes, sir.
In the South Gallery, I have the president of the Mississippi Sweet Potato Council. Please make him welcome, Mr. Caleb Engel and his young son.
Welcome, gentlemen. Good to have y'all with us today. Gentleman from Simpson, Mr. Wallace.
Thank you, Mr. Wallace. Mr. Wallace. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, in the South Gallery, we have the Simpson County Farm Bureau Young Farmers and Ranchers here today. Hope y'all help make them welcome. Hayden Kraft, Abby McCarroll, Tristan Roberts, and Robin Crawford.
Welcome. Lady from Pearl River, Ms. Hobgood Wilkes.
Thank you. Introduction, please.
Yes, ma'am.
In the North Gallery, we have representing the Mississippi Federation of Women's Clubs, the officers and juniorettes from the counties of Calhoun, Chickasaw, Pearl River, and Smith counties. Welcome to your capital.
Welcome. Lady, you're recognized for further work.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Please recognize the Chairman of Appropriations Committee E for the next item.
Gentleman from Montgomery, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to move to Senate Bill 2895. Call that bill up.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Gentlemen, I see you got a strike call.
Yes, I wish
You're
to explain.
recognized to explain that strike-off.
Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, Senate Bill 2895 is the ARPA closeout bill. This is a strike-all amendment with the contents of House Bill 1571 we passed earlier in the session. It sets September the 30th, 2026 as the state closeout date for ARPA funds. This just tightens the reportings and reimbursement triggers so that inactive projects don't hold funds and continues the transfer of available funds to the ARPA MDOT Maintenance Project Fund up to the closeout date and directs a statewide sweep process after September the 30th, 2026 so that we meet the December 31st, 2026 federal deadline. It transfers up to $162,958,012 from the Coronavirus State Fiscal Recovery Fund to the Coronavirus State Fiscal Recovery Lost Revenue Fund, then transfers up to $100 million from CSFR Lost Revenue Fund to the ARPA MDOT Maintenance Project Lost Revenue Fund, then transfers up to $62,958,012 from the CSFR Lost Revenue Fund to the ARPA DFA Office of Insurance Lost Revenue Fund. Now, this is not the Department of Insurance, don't be confused. This is the state health plan. And finally, once all of these transfers are completed, the bill allows the remaining balance of the state coronavirus state fiscal recovery funds, if any, to be classified or transferred to eligible uses by the DFA at the direction of the governor. And this has become active from and after passage, and it does include a reverse repealer. And that's an explanation of the strike-all, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on the strike-all? Gentleman from Adams, Mr. Johnson.
Thank you. Would gentleman yield?
Yes, sir, gentleman.
Gentlemen, transfer, first of all, the first question is, can you, in short order, tell me what the main difference is between the House bill and the Senate bill? The numbers can't be different. We're talking about the same
The
money,
numbers
right?
are not different.
Okay.
No, sir.
What is the difference?
We just put our language in. It's not really a whole lot of technical differences in the two bills.
Okay. It's just a proprietorship issue?
Exactly. We were actually, and I know you recall this last year, we dedicated this stream of revenue to MDOT for this purpose because they can move these funds out quicker than
so the 200, am I right, as I was adding these numbers, 100 million and 162 million. All of that money goes to MDOT?
That's correct, for maintenance.
For maintenance.
That's correct.
And do they have a time limit on when they can spend it or where they can spend it?
They have, when they can spend it, yes, there is a timeline for that.
When do they have to spend it?
September. The date that has been set in this bill is September
30th, 2026?
That's correct.
And so when you say spend it, it just has to be allocated to certain projects?
Yes.
And
has to be gone, has to be spent.
So they can
Gone.
spend, so we give it to them in July and they can spend it?
That's correct.
That fast?
When we came into session, gentlemen, you may recall you received a map from MDOT that showed where these monies are being spent, and they're scattered all over the state. They continue to do that. Yes,
All
sir.
right. The 62 million.
Primarily in resurfacing projects.
Okay, thank you. 62,958,000. Where is that going? It was the health care funds?
The health plan.
Health plan?
Yes, sir.
That goes to the Department of Health?
That's.
And they have to spend it by September 30th
That's
as well?
correct.
And so, just to give me a understanding, so they will commit these, they will spend it by committing it to certain
yes, sir.
projects that they got going on?
That's correct.
All right, thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Lady from Pearl River, Ms. Hobgood Wilkes.
Thank you. Gentlemen, will you yield?
Yes, lady.
Hey, I just want to clarify. So if your city or county is in the middle of a project, the funds haven't all been spent because the project is still ongoing, but it's in the process of being done, do they lose those funds?
They will if they're not spent by the 30th of September.
So even if they're in the middle of a project?
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
See no further questions, gentlemen.
Move adoption of
He moves
the
adoption
strike-all.
of the strike-all. If you favor the strike-all, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Anything further on the bill, gentlemen?
Final passage.
He moves final passage. Open machine, Madam Clerk. favor of the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 115 yeas, 1 nay, the bill passes.
Appropriation yield.
Thank you, gentlemen. Ways and Means passes. Laid on the table, subject to call.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Am I recognized?
Yes, sir, you're recognized.
I'd like to call up item number 1, Senate Bill 2138. The usual motions haven't been made and the strike all adopted. I'll yield for any questions. Or I need to explain it. This is just the Supreme Court bill that we've been moving forward throughout the session. This is strictly just the code sections with a reverse repealer. As many of you know, there's pending litigation as it relates to our Supreme Court districts. We're moving this along, potentially waiting for some guidance from the United States Supreme Court, or maybe even the lower federal courts. That's an explanation of the bill, and I'll yield for any questions. If there are none, I'll move for passage.
I was making sure before we had adopted the strike all, but Clerk's office says we did. I see no questions, gentlemen.
Okay, move for final passage, Mr. Speaker.
He moves final passage. Open machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 91 yeas, 25 nays, the bill passes. Anyone else on the laid on the table subject to call? All right, that gets us to the general calendar. Judd B., gentleman from Pearl River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to call up item number 1, Senate Bill 2135, and make the usual motions.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read a third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized to explain the bill, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is the juror qualifications bill that comes to us from the Circuit Clerks Association. What this bill will do is it will allow the clerks to continue pulling their jury pool from the active voter list. That is what your clerks have been doing this entire time. However, a recent case from the Supreme Court indicated that they also needed to include inactive voters. And if you recall, inactive voters are voters who traditionally have not responded to mail from the clerk's office as it is. So this would put an undue hardship on the clerks. They'd have to spend a lot of money to get a small jury pool. So this would just simply clarify active voters only. It came from the Senate removing the habitual drunkard prohibition from the jury requirements. That's an explanation of the bill, Mr. Speaker, and I'll yield for any questions.
Questions on the bill? Lady from Hines, Ms. Summers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, ma'am.
Gentlemen, in the process of voter roll maintenance, would you agree that the jury summons is a critical part in that? Mm-hmm. And when they send out the jury summons and those jury summons come back, then that allows the election commissioners to determine whether or not those individuals are active, inactive, etc.
Well, it prompts the clerk to go through the process of making a voter. The clerks will make them inactive and then send the follow-up letter or notice asking you, hey, you want to stay on the voter rolls, all that stuff. Yeah. They done cut you off.
Hello? Okay. And upon the sending of the confirmation card is when the commissioner determines that the voter is inactive.
Correct.
So we could potentially be looking at a pool of active voters that are now being titled as inactive.
It would be no different than now, lady. So currently, the clerks as is are only sending notices to active voters. Like, that is the current process, is sending them to active voters.
However, if they send them to an inactive voter, and jury summons to an inactive voter, and that voter shows up, then they can return as active.
That is a potential possibility, but lady, I would submit to you that more often than not, if they've not responded to their to prior mails from the clerk's office, prior mail and notifications, then they're not going to respond to a jury notice.
So, gentlemen, is the goal to have more inactive voters return as active, or to have more active voters become inactive? What is the goal?
The goal here has nothing to do with activating or inactivating a voter. The goal here is the purpose of ensuring that we are getting a quality jury without wasting money from the counties.
Gentlemen, how much do you assume that counties are wasting by sending out jury summons to inactive voters?
Well, lady, I tried jury trials, so I know how the process works. If you want a jury of, let's say, 50 or 60 respondents, my clerk has to send out between 300 and 400 jury notices. That's how bad the take is for, I guess, jury responses. So if you add the inactive voters to the jury pool, okay, you're going to have to expand that list, that number of notices that the clerks have to send out in order to ensure that you're getting the number that you are currently getting.
But at this point, they're already including inactive.
I'm being told by the Clerks Association, and they're the ones doing it, that they are not sending jury notices to inactive voters.
They are currently not sending jury
That is what the
summons to
Clerks
inactive
Association
voters.
has told me.
They're only sending them to active voters.
They are currently only sending them to active voters. What this will do is just let them keep doing what they've been doing.
So they've been doing it without the law being changed.
Correct. Well, there was never any clarity. It was kind of an unclear thing, I guess you could say. It only came back recently where the court said, okay, technically the law reads registered voters. I believe it may have been some sort of mechanism in Sims that was only doing the active voters. So when that case came down, the clerks realized that they would be incurring additional expenses for voters who are very unlikely to respond to a jury summons.
So let me give a kind of a similar scenario. And so if I own a gun, I don't actively use my gun, thank God, but I don't lose my access to my gun or lose my right to use the gun. However, in this instance, we're saying that if you are inactive in voting because you have not gone through the confirmation process or the jury summons process to reactivate you, then that could eventually lead to purging.
Well, lady, I will submit to you that you're more likely to be purged if we add inactive voters to the jury pool, because if they send another letter out and they don't respond, that's a subsequent failure to respond, which goes to the purging process. So that's another non-response. So if you're already not responding to the extent that you've been placed on an inactive list, the likelihood of you responding to a jury summons, I would submit, is pretty low.
Well, voters don't respond to jury summons for all various circumstances because of whatever that circumstance is. Does that mean that in their non-response that they should become inactive?
In their non-response, I believe the process that we have under the law is they don't respond and they get a notice sent, or a couple of notices, I can't recall precisely. But after so many times of a failure to respond or vote, the purging process occurs. So you go from inactive to purged.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Gentleman from DeSoto, Mr. Eubanks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
Gentlemen, I don't know if you know the answer to this question or not, but I thought failure to respond to a jury summons came with some type of penalty. Does it not? We don't penalize folks that don't show up when they get a jury summons?
I mean, it's in the law, but judges are elected. They're not about to start arresting people for not showing up to jury duty.
Right, but if you're not showing up, wouldn't it make more sense to fine them or something, and then you don't have to worry about what it costs to send it out to voters?
All of that's in the law.
That's all.
Like, there's a penalty for not failing to show up to jury duty and all of that stuff.
But that's like telling your kid, be home at midnight if you want to. You didn't tell them anything. Wouldn't it make more sense to put some more teeth in, hey, if you get a jury summons, you're supposed to show up?
I don't think the intent of this bill is to increase juror participation. The intent of this bill is just to let the clerks keep getting the jurors that they're getting right now. If we want to talk about making more people go to jury duty, I think that'll be a separate piece of legislation to consider.
But on the flip side of my colleague over there, it also is a mechanism for people to find out, maybe they're not even alive, or maybe they don't even live in the old address. It at least gives you a starting point to look and say, maybe this person should be purged off the voter rolls or put inactive if they're not even showing up to jury duty.
No, gentlemen, they're already inactive, so that starting point has already occurred. So this is just saying you're inactive. We're not going to try sending you anything else to get you to jury duty.
I understand. I misunderstood. Thank you.
Lady from Jones, Ms. Scott.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentleman yield?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, gentlemen, now, I'm trying to understand what you're saying. Do we have a definition for an inactive voter anywhere in the law in Mississippi?
Yes, ma'am. It's not necessarily a definition, but there is a process that under the law whereby a voter is to become inactive.
Now, that's what I'm trying to get to. What is the difference between inactive and purged?
Inactive is you're still, you're not an active voter, but if you go to the polls and you vote, you may be on the inactive list. You can, and I may be saying this incorrectly because we've changed this law a couple of times since I've been here, but previously if you were inactive and you went to the polls and you found yourself on the inactive list, you could vote affidavit and your vote count and be added to, and then that would prompt you to be added back to the voting list as an active voter. Purged means if you go to the polls and you're purged, you can't vote because you're no longer registered to vote.
Okay, so you're no longer a qualified elector,
yes,
right?
Ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so that's what I'm trying to get to, gentlemen. In order to serve on a jury in the state of Mississippi, the first thing you have to be is a qualified elector, right?
Correct.
And to be a qualified elector means that you have registered. It doesn't necessarily mean that you voted. It just means that you've registered, right?
Correct.
So now, what exactly are we doing with this language here that's allowing circuit clerks or elections commissioners or whomever to determine who is an active voter when all you have to be is qualified to vote?
Well, this is adding a carve out. Not only do you have to be qualified, but you're a qualified elector who is listed as an active voter.
But you don't have a definition for active on here, sir.
Well, the active voter provision is in the law as is.
Well, I ask you to, can we take 30 seconds and let them tell you what an active voter is so we can know, an inactive voter is so we can know and tell us where it is in the law? And the reason why I'm asking this is because, you know, in America, I guess it's still this way, you're supposed to be tried before a jury of your peers if you so desire. And so that's why this qualified elector, in my mind, is critical as opposed to inactive or active or whatever. Seems to me that qualified elector should be the bar. And then I think we both can agree that if people do not come, like the gentleman from, my good friend from the north said, let the judge send them a show cause and get them back in there. Is that not a process, sir?
That is a process, and I would say, lady, an active voter is a voter who has voted regularly, or if they've skipped elections, they've responded to the notices from clerks. Under the law, the process by which a voter maintains their active status under the voter rolls. And as you know, we've made changes to that process just in the last 3 years, and I don't have the exact those changes at the top of mine. But I do recall they missed 2 federal elections in a row. They get a notice. If they don't respond to that notice, they are put inactive, and then they are eventually purged after another 2 federal elections or something like that.
Okay, Jim. If y'all could get that for us, we would like to read it.
Lady from Hines, Ms. Summers.
Mr. Speaker, just one more question. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, ma'am.
The language in the bill on line 17 says does not have a substance use disorder.
Oh, I forgot about that. Yes.
What is the purpose?
We removed the, we used to have the habitual drunkard prohibition, and I think habitual drug user was in there as well. We struck those 2, and I say we, but the Senate added the does not have a substance abuse disorder.
And so how would that be determined?
If somebody stands up in the jury pool and says, I can't serve because I have a substance abuse disorder.
And is that likely to happen, gentlemen?
Lady, I've been sitting in courts picking juries, and I've had 7 people stand up saying, I can't serve because I'm a habitual drunkard.
Okay. However, this language is not in regards to someone standing up to convey that information. This is up on the sending of a jury summons.
No, lady. This here is the qualifications that a juror must hold to sit on the jury. This paragraph here. So when you go to jury duty, the judge will ask you all these questions that are listed in this statute. Are you this? Are you this? Are you this? You raise your hand if you reach any of these, and you're excluded from the jury at this point. The clerks don't go through and look and see who's a drunkard, who's a substance abuse disorder, or any of that before they send the summonses.
So this is only up on submission during the jury selection process?
Yes, appearance at the jury.
While the bailiff is there within a courtroom and all of that?
And everybody has their numbers and everything.
Okay, thank you, gentlemen.
Lady from Hines, Ms. Yates.
Thank you. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, ma'am.
You and I have both tried a number of cases. It is not unusual to have the court send out 300 to 500 summons for jurors, and on average, you might get 150 people show up. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And of those 150 people, how many of them are clamoring to get excused before a word comes out of the attorney's mouth about anything related to the case?
145.
Yes. So it is incredibly difficult to get an actual jury impaneled in a civil case or a criminal case. Is that correct?
That's correct, especially post-COVID. I saw after COVID, the participation rate went way lower.
Yes.
Than that.
So if we add people to the list who are unlikely to show up, the clerks are going to have to now send out probably 500 to 750 summons in order to get a panel of the same number of people show up with the same number of people who are trying not to be there as soon as they walk through the door. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And how expensive would it be if the judge decided to send the bailiff to find all 200 or so people that didn't show up every time summons were issued?
That'd be expensive on the counties. Yeah.
I mean,
a lot. I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean,
who's going to pay for that?
I'll say if we look at they charge $45 for the sheriff to go serve process. So if we say $45 per juror, that's a pretty significant amount.
And this is not just once a month. I mean, we're trying to impanel juries multiple times a week in some counties. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you.
And I will say we voted, we have passed this bill out of the House already.
Gentleman from Holmes, Mr. Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentleman yield?
Yes.
Gentleman, the lady from Hines just sparked my interest over there with her line of questioning. You say this comes from the clerks, right? So in them sending you this legislation, did they give you any statistical information as far as the number of inactive voters that show up compared to active voters?
Yes, I did look at that, but I don't have it in front of me. That's a question I asked about, and I remember them. There's a lot of inactive voters on the list in many counties. Sometimes they're actually more inactive than active, depending on how well your rolls are maintained.
So we have no idea as far as the comparison number of summonses sent out as it relates to the number of inactive versus active voters showing up.
Correct. Again, gentlemen, the clerks have reported to me that they've only been sending it to active voters thus far.
If that be the case, then we don't know exactly how many inactive would actually show up. But thank you, gentlemen. I'm just curious about that.
That's fine. The clerks are the ones who do this, and I'm just trusting their expertise and experience as to what they believe will occur.
Gentleman from Simpson, Mr. Wallace.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like the House to make welcome today my deskmate's beautiful wife, Kristen, and his nephew, Crew. Y'all make them
Welcome, y'all. Good to have y'all. All right, gentlemen, I don't see any further questions.
Move for final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. You favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 83 yeas, 34 nays, the bill passes. Next item, gentlemen.
I'll call up, Mr. Speaker, House Bill 2107.
Senate bill. Yes, sir.
Senate bill, yeah, we make sure of that. Senate Bill 2107, and I have an amendment to the strike all before we
All right,
adopt
you make the usual motion.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed read a third time and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. And gentlemen, I see you've got a strike all.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
But you've got a further amendment. All right. You've got an amendment to your strike all.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
You're recognized for that amendment.
Okay. So what this bill does, there's a provision in the bill that will, or in the strike all, that as far as the process in which an incarcerated person can submit to the court a petition for parole eligibility, this provision would say that they have to wait 2 years between that petition. This amendment adds unless leave of court is granted. There's also a provision in that amendment that provides for some parole eligibility under the trafficking statute. This amendment to the strike all would remove all of that. And that's an explanation of this amendment, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on Amendment 1 to the strike all. Gentleman from Adams, Mr. Johnson.
Thank you. Gentleman Yield.
Yes, sir.
Just a question. The strike all amendment is an amendment that adds the abortion controlled substance issue, right? All right.
That's correct.
All right, thank you.
Don't see any further questions. Question recurs to the adoption of Amendment 1 to strike all Amendment 1. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment's adopted.
And Mr. Speaker, I'd recognize the lady from Rankin to explain the strike all.
All right. Lady from Rankin's recognized to explain the strike all. Gentleman from Adams, Mr. Johnson, for what purpose?
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
All right. You got it in writing?
Yes, sir.
Please bring it forward. Yes, sir, Mr. Johnson. For what purpose?
Need my point of order.
You can.
Okay. I make the point of order on Senate Bill 2107 that the point of order is that the amendment to Senate Bill 2107 violates House Rule 35. This amendment changes the original purpose of the bill. This amendment introduces a new criminal offense unrelated to aggravated trafficking thresholds and therefore should be ruled out of order. The amendment criminalizes the sale, barter, transfer, manufacture, distribute, dispense, prescribe, or possess with intent to create, sell, barter, transfer, manufacture, distribute, dispense, or prescribe an abortion-inducing drug. Furthermore, this bill deals with Schedule 1 or 2 controlled substance. There are no abortion-inducing drugs that are classified as controlled substance under federal law, which is what this bill deals with.
Thank you, gentlemen. We'll take your point of order under advisement. Gentleman from Harrison, Mr. Felsher, for what purpose?
Introduction, Mr. Speaker.
You're recognized.
Please help me welcome in the South Gallery Coach Brad Thornton, Dr. Mary Graham, and members of the Mississippi Gulf Coast Community College golf team. They're celebrating their second national championship, back-to-back.
Congratulations. Very good to have y'all here today. Congratulations on now 2 great years, and we wish y'all much more success. You've represented your school, your community, and your families very well. You're to be commended for it. Thank y'all for being here today. All right, we're going to set that bill aside, and does that conclude you for now, gentlemen and Judd B?
Well, I have 2 more and a couple of bills.
You can, if you want to go there, you can ask for consent if you want to go there. While you're there.
I'll go ahead and ask for unanimous consent to go to items number 5 and 6, Mr. Speaker.
All right, we're going to set item 2 aside for just a moment, and while we're doing that, with some latitude, I'm going, if there's no objection, allow the gentleman to advance to item 5, which is another Judd B. bill. Is there objection? Hearing none, we'll follow that procedure. Gentlemen, you recognize for item 5.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll call the bill up and make the usual motions.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read a 3rd time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Now, see, you got a strike all, gentlemen?
I do, Mr. Speaker, but I have an amendment to the strike all.
All right, you're recognized for your amendment.
This amendment just deletes sections 4, 5, 6, and 7 in their entirety and renumbers the succeeding sections. Those sections had the House Bill 1 from this year that was the Chancery Court District from Northwest Mississippi. That has passed the Senate, so that's no longer needed in this legislation, and that's an explanation of this amendment to the strike all.
Questions on Amendment 1 to the strike all? Seeing none, question occurs with the adoption of Amendment 1 to strike all Amendment 1. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Gentleman from Adams, Mr. Johnson, for what purpose?
I have an amendment, Mr. Speaker.
All right.
Let me ask the gentleman a question before I offer it. I could save some time. Is this the youth court bill?
This is not the youth court reform bill, no, sir.
Okay. I don't have an amendment.
Thank you, gentlemen. All right. Gentlemen, you're recognized for further explanation on the strike all.
Thank you. Gentlemen, that's item 29 that you're looking for. All right, this is the juvenile crime, the gun bill, as we've heard talked about. We made some significant changes in the House version of this bill, which I would submit to you all is, you want to go ahead and adopt the strike all, Mr. Speaker?
You the boss.
Let's go ahead
You
and
want to adopt the strike all?
Let's adopt the strike all, and then I'll explain it.
All right. I see no questions. Gentleman moves adoption of strike all Amendment 1. If you favor the strike all, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized for further explanation of the strike all.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So some crimes in this bill: any act attempted or committed by a child which is a crime of violence pursuant to section 9732 while in the possession of a firearm falls under the original jurisdiction of the circuit court. So the prior legislation that came from the Senate said that if you were committing any crime and had a weapon as a juvenile, that would be original jurisdiction in the circuit court. We brought that down to require that the crime to be committed has to be a violent crime while in possession of a firearm. There's also a provision in this bill that increases the penalties for transfer of a firearm. If you transfer a stolen firearm to a child, the penalties are 10 to 20 years. If you transfer a stolen firearm that was then used in a crime of violence, the penalty is 10 to 30 years. And if you transfer a stolen firearm that was used in attempted murder, capital murder, or any other type of homicide, that's a 10 to 40-year sentence. There's also the creation of a new law that penalizes the shooting, discharging a firearm into an assembly or group of 2 or more people. That penalty is 5 to 15 years if it's into a group of 2 or more people at a church, synagogue, temple, place of worship, courthouse, school, playground, or park. That's a 5 to 20-year provision. If anybody in the assembly or group of people is under 18 years of age, that's a 5 to 30-year penalty. That's an explanation. There's also a street gang member or terrorist organization. That penalty is 10 to 30 years. That is an explanation of this bill, and I'll yield for any questions. There's also a reverse repealer in this legislation.
Questions on the bill? Lady from Jones, Ms. Scott.
Thank you so much, Mr. Pro Tempore. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, gentlemen, I see what it is we're doing here, but I want to ask you a couple of clarifying questions. Now, who determines what a terrorist organization is?
There is a definition under the federal law, 18 U.S.C. Section 2331. So we incorporated that definition into the statute.
Okay, but we don't have any. Also, as defined under the Mississippi Code as well?
Yes, terroristic threat. So we have a terroristic threat code section where if you call into a school or something like that.
And then the terrorist organization?
Under
so that means like the Ku Klux Klan would be considered in this, right?
That is, they meet the definition, yes, ma'am.
All right, now let me ask you this. On line 153, this section 9744.3, is that the section that defines what a gang is?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and my question to you is, wouldn't we want to give a person that's trafficking guns at least the same amount of time? Because I thought that in one of these instances that they didn't get the same amount of time.
It increases depending on the circumstances.
And you know, I've introduced a bill to you all that's you all won't consider, but it speaks about coercing these children to get into these gangs. Did the Judiciary Committee ever consider, since you got language in here about selling of the gun, why don't we have something about these folks that's 25 and 30 years old that's coercing these 14 and 13-year-old children, and we don't have anything to put them in the penitentiary?
Well, lady, on line 105, subsection
Is there something in
G,
here to put them in the penitentiary?
we did an increase. If they give a stolen firearm to a child, it's punishable by 10 to 20 years. So that is kind of the attempt there to discourage these people from using children to commit these types of crimes.
Okay, and then in line 153 and 157, we give a kid up to 30 years. But I want to go back to what you just said on 105. That's with the gun. What if I say to the gentleman from Holmes, when he was 12 years old, hey man, I want you to go out and rob Carl Gibbs's house so you can get in this gang. Doesn't have anything to do with a gun. It's just that this older person is influencing this child who's trying to belong to something, and we're not doing anything to them. I just have a problem, gentlemen, with us not doing something to the people that's getting these kids involved in all of this craziness. And we don't, did the committee consider that as well?
Lady, I do recall discussions being made about this, particularly from the Attorney General's office. I think the ultimate goal is to discourage these people from using children to commit these crimes.
That ought to be the first goal.
Which is why we're increasing these gun penalties for transferring these firearms, particularly when they're transferred to children or when they're used to commit violent crimes.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman from Jones, Mr. Blackwell, you have a question?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman Yield.
Yes, sir.
Gentlemen, I think we figured this out, but was a little confused to begin with. This is dealing with adolescents, right? Selling to adolescents.
That's correct.
Not an adult. If I sell you one of my guns, you go commit a crime, I'm okay.
Gentlemen, there are adult provisions in here, but it's stolen firearms, not giving just your guns.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And just one other question. What's the age on this for the kids? Is it
under 18.
Got you.
Yes,
Thank you,
ma'am.
gentlemen.
Lady from Hines, Ms. Summers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, ma'am.
Gentlemen, I see in the new language starting at line 35, section 97-3-2,
Yes.
which speaks to what is considered a crime of violence.
That's correct.
I looked up that section, and the first crime of violence that's listed is driving under the influence.
I don't think so.
Well,
let me look it up. I got my book right here. I need the other one. No, I need 97.32. Indulgence, lady, let me get the code.
sure. Anything for you to my classmate.
Do you have another question you want to ask while we're waiting?
Well,
for that?
I mean, but what I'm leading to is, and under driving under the influence under 97-32, it gives section 63-11-30 that gives more details about driving under the influence, and it says under the influence of intoxicating liquor, any other substance, drugs, etc.
Is this as it relates to perhaps DUI like causing maiming or DUI causing death?
Yes, it gives in subsection 2, first offense DUI, second offense DUI, etc. So my question is...
Yeah. So that's not regular DUI. The statutes referenced there are DUI maiming or DUI causing death. So yes, that is, those particular DUI charges are considered crimes of violence under the current law.
So it doesn't mean if someone under the age of 18 is under the influence and is in possession of a gun, simply being in possession of, would they be considered under this bill?
If they are in possession of a gun and they engage in driving under the influence which results in the death of someone, then technically they would fall under this legislation.
Okay, thank you, gentlemen.
See no further questions, gentlemen.
Move for final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 83 yeas, 34 nays, the bill passes.
Yeah.
You got one more item, gentlemen?
I'll go ahead and take it up, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, sir. If there's no objection, he's going to do item 6, I believe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to call up item number 2821 and make the usual motions.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized, gentlemen. I see you got a strike all.
I wish to adopt.
All right. Question occurs on the adoption of strike all amendment 1. If you favor the strike all, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized, gentlemen, for explanation of the strike all.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a piece of legislation that has come to our committee before. This is the first time we have moved it to the floor on either side. This deals with an adult who commits sexual battery upon a child under the age of 12 years. That's less than 12 years. This would provide that under certain circumstances, the death penalty would be applicable to those individuals who commit sexual battery to a child under the age of 12. The requirement is that there has to be at least 2 aggravating factors found by the jury. Those aggravating factors are listed in subsection 7. At least 2 of those must be found by the jury. There has to be a separate penalty phase of a jury trial, and the jury is responsible for determining whether or not the death penalty is applicable to these individuals. There is a requirement that the individual perpetrating this act damages the sexual organs of the child under the age of 12. So these particular crimes are those that are especially heinous, and it is the policy of the legislature, according to this bill, that such crimes destroy the innocence of a young child and violate all standards of decency held by a civilized society. And this would provide the death penalty eligibility. If at any point this bill is held to be unconstitutional, the automatic life without parole would apply. That's an explanation of the bill, Mr. Speaker. I will yield for any questions.
Lady from Hines, Ms. Yates.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes.
I'm just curious as to why 12 and under. What about our 12-and-a-half-year-olds, our 13-year-olds, our 14-year-olds who are victims of these incredibly awful crimes?
So I agree, but there has been significant case law that has come from the U.S. Supreme Court and the various circuits that have determined that part of the aggravating circumstance that would go to the level of the death penalty status is that the child is of a very young age. And 12 years old, under 12, has been the age adopted in the states that have moved this legislation along.
Thank you.
I don't see any further questions, gentlemen.
Move for final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 100 yeas, 13 nays, the bill passes. Turning our attention back to item 2, Senate Bill 2107. The gentleman from Adams raises point of order, alleging that the amendment violates House Rule 35 in changing the original purpose of the bill and the narrowness and the scope of that original bill. The chair finds that the point of order is well taken.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Are we back on that bill?
You're all the way back on the original bill now.
In light of that, Mr. Speaker, I'd ask that the bill be laid on the table subject to call.
Right? Gentleman's motion is lay the bill on the table subject to call. Favor that, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Thank you, gentlemen.
Yield the floor for now. I'll be back.
Well, I think half the bills on this calendar are Judd B. bills, so we know you'll be back. He's repealed and changed my education. All right, public property.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item number 3 and call up Senate Bill 2341 and make the usual motions.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. The bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized to explain the bill, gentlemen.
Okay, this is a renewal of a repealer on the bill that was passed limiting the ownership of by foreigners of land in the country, in the state, and all it does is extend the repealer to 29.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any, gentlemen.
Move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open machine, Madam Clerk. Favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 119 yeas, 1 nay, the bill passes. Item number 4, Chairman of Public Health, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item 4, Senate Bill 2474, called up and make the usual motions.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Gentlemen, I see you've got a strike all.
Yes, sir. I have an amendment to the strike all as well.
All right. You're recognized for your amendment to the strike all.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, the amendment simply removes proton therapy language from the bill, and it involves Rankin County, and inserts where it removes proton therapy from CON in general throughout the state of Mississippi. That's an explanation of the amendment.
Questions on Amendment 1? I don't see any. Question recalls the adoption of Amendment 1. If you favor Amendment 1, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Gentlemen, you're recognized for further explanation on the strike call.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the CON bill that we've passed out of here before, where it defines rural hospitals as areas of 15,000 or less. And those rural hospitals will receive an exemption, one exemption, unless the rural hospital is located in the Delta region as defined by the Department of Health, in which those hospitals would receive 2 exemptions. What does not apply for the exemptions are rural emergency hospitals, any service which the general moratorium is issued, any hospital located within 35 miles of another hospital that could jeopardize the critical access hospital status as by the federal government. Also, dialysis is exempt from this, so it remains in CON. What we did add in committee was that loser pays if there's a appeals decision. The loser would pay for the legal services. And also in CON is not required for any facility in Issaquena or Humphreys County, but it's still subject to the 35-mile limitation. The bill is effective upon passage. That's an explanation of the bill, Mr. Speaker.
Gentlemen, I believe the lady from the MIT has further amendment. I recognize the lady from the MIT for her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, ladies and gentlemen of the House, my amendment is essentially House Bill 1572, which was establishing a rare disease task force for the Rare Disease Committee, the Rare Disease Council. As you know, back in 2024, we established the Rare Disease Council. They've been meeting regularly. We appropriated approximately $100,000 to them in 2024. Since 2024, they've issued reports. What we're trying to do with this particular task force is to identify any gaps in care. We are evaluating the funding and insurance coverage practices, and also making sure that there is fair, timely, and equitable access to rare disease therapies in the state of Mississippi. In the latest report, it has been confirmed that there are approximately 200,000 Mississippians with the increase on the rise of those who have rare diseases, and we just want to continue our study in that regard. And that's an explanation of the proposed amendment, Mr. Speaker. I'll yield for any questions.
Questions on the lady's amendment? I don't see any. Question occurs on the adoption of Amendment 2 to strike all Amendment 1. If you favor the lady's amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment's adopted. Gentlemen, you have concluded your explanation on the strike all.
I have.
You yield for questions?
Yes, sir.
Gentleman from Newton, Mr. Rushing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
Referring back to the 35-mile criteria that I understand is federal, are you aware of any type of amendment or waiver? Thank you, lady. Waivers for that particular requirement that they have ever
I am not aware.
allowed?
No,
We're
sir.
kind of sitting in a unique area in my county where we're about 28 miles, and when you get in rural Mississippi, as you well know, 28 miles, someone having a heart attack or who suffered extreme trauma, that's a long ways. And so, but anyway, thank you, gentlemen.
Well, gentlemen, this bill will go to conference.
Okay. Well,
So
and I understand it's a
maybe
federal.
we can work that out
It's
somehow.
a federal thing. I
Yes,
just
sir.
didn't know if you were aware of any waivers that's ever been granted on that. Thank you, gentlemen. Yes, sir.
Gentleman from Marion, Mr. Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentlemen, you.
Yes, sir.
I didn't quite hear the lady's amendment too well. How's this going to have an effect on, like in Hattiesburg, where Forest General has outlying hospitals in Poplarville, Picayune, or Walthall County, or Marion County? How's that going to have an effect on that?
If the population's less than 15,000, they'll be exempt. They'll have one CON exemption for whatever they want to use it on.
Less than 15,000?
Yes, sir. We had passed out, and I can get you a map. I believe it's 55 hospitals throughout the state of Mississippi that would have this exemption.
Is this going to be a good thing or a bad thing?
It's a good thing. We've already had several hospitals reach out. The gentlelady from Lincoln's already has a hospital in the rural area that wants to do geriatric site care and use their exemption for that. So this has been good.
Okay, we shall see. Thank you.
Gentleman from Rankin, Mr. Yancey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
Of course.
What was the reason for taking the Rankin County proton therapy out of the bill?
Well, we just removed proton therapy from CON, period, so it can go anywhere in the state. It can still go in Rankin County. It can go in Hinds County.
Well, good. We can have them all over the place. I said we can have them all over the place.
We can have them all over the place.
Okay,
That's right.
very good.
If you
Thank
got $50 million to spend on it, you can have one yourself.
I'm working on it. Thank you.
I don't see any further questions, gentlemen.
Final passage.
You move adoption of strike all?
Yes, sir. Adoption of strike all.
Question recurs the adoption of strike all amendment 1. If you favor the strike all, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. He has moved final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 118 yeas, 0 nays, bill passes. Before we pause here and recess for lunch until 1:30, I see we've got maybe a few announcements or introductions, so I'll do those at this time. Lady from Madison, Miss Ford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the South Gallery are 4 of my darling grandchildren, Taft, Patton, Louise, and Davis, and my gorgeous daughter-in-law, Elizabeth. So please make them feel welcome today. Y'all stand up, boys and girls.
Welcome, y'all.
Wave.
Good to have y'all here today. Gentleman from Madison, Mr. McMillan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. He's not as gorgeous or darling as the representative from Madison's grandchildren, but in the South Gallery, help me make welcome Mr. Josh Barton. Josh is Executive Director for Home of Grace down on the coast. They do a great job with addiction and recovery helping folks across our state and across the entire Southeast. Also, proud Choctaw, played some Choctaw football with him. So
Welcome, gentlemen. Good to have you here. And last but not least, he's also the pro tem's nephew, so y'all don't hold that against him. Very good. Gentleman from Lee, Mr. Thompson.
Introduction.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the North Gallery, I have my good friend from Oklahoma, Mississippi, which is Chickasaw County, Miss Jackie Brown. Thank you. Make her feel welcome today.
Welcome, lady. Good to have you here. All right, I recognize the gentleman from Rankin for the motion.
I move that the House stand in recess until 1:30 p.m.
Gentleman's motion is the House stand in recess until 1:30 p.m. If you favor that motion, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. House stand in recess until 1:30. Let the House come back to order. I believe we were down to item 7 on the general calendar. Corrections, passes. Medicaid, passes. Wildlife, gentleman from Marshall, Chairman of Wildlife, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to call up number 9, Senate Bill 2420, and make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized to explain the bill, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, last year we passed a bill to extend hunting season. If it ended on Friday, we wanted to extend it to Sunday to give everybody the opportunity that hunted to realize their weekend. We passed that bill last year, but we did not realize that it did not include Saturday. It was Friday and then Sunday. So all this is really backing up and cleaning up that language to include Saturday in that deal. So now if the season ends on a Friday, you've got the weekend, Saturday and Sunday, to finish your hunting season. That is the bill. Any questions?
Questions on the bill? I don't see any, gentlemen.
Final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. In favor of the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay.
Somebody vote me.
Has everybody voted?
Come on, guys. Anybody? Anybody?
Close the machine, Madam Clerk. I vote 118 yeas, 0 nays. The bill passes. Next item, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to call up Senate Bill 2436 and make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized to explain the bill, gentlemen.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a very historic moment in our wildlife in the state of Mississippi. We have realized the conservation dream come true, actually. We have, we're going to talk about black bear today. The black bear in this state were virtually hunted to extinction In 1932, we had less than a dozen bears in the state. In 1902, when Teddy Roosevelt came down here and attempted to bear hunt, they tied a bear out to a willow tree. He refused to shoot it, and they created a teddy bear. Mississippi has got a famous tradition in black bears. I will tell you, ladies and gentlemen, today what we're talking about is reestablishing a bear season. So we want to create a draw. But a little bit about the history of this animal that I think is important we share. You know, we've got decades of research on the black bear, and the black bear is an ecologically valuable native species, and he's on track to be restored. The management decisions such as harvest guided by data-driven input is the whole secret to do this. And this is why we talk about wild turkey stamps, we'll talk about deer harvest reporting. Black bear in that same category. They need to have data-driven input to manage that species, to bring that species back to our state. There are parts of our state that are pockets of black bear. There are parts of our state that never saw a black bear. So I would tell you that the estimates are today that Mississippi has probably just less than 1,000 bears. Now, how does that compare to our neighbor states? Well, Arkansas has got 5,000 bears, estimated 5,000 bears. And they subsequently issue 500 tags a year. And they have an aggressive, robust bear season. Louisiana, on the other hand, they've probably got less than 1,500 estimate, and they issue about 12 tags a year. And they just started this 2 years ago, so their bear program is brand new. That's what we're talking about today. We're talking about Mississippi, us giving the authority to the commission to establish a bear draw. Now, this will be for the 27-28 season. It won't be for anything next year. And it won't be a lot of bears. I can assure you this will be a lottery system, and probably the first year or two may be just a governor's tag. I'm not sure exactly how that'll work, but we will not have a wholesale bear tagging program for some time. We're still in the conservation mode. I'm really proud to tell you today we have Mr. Drew Steele here from Blood Origins, and he's doing a documentary on our bear comeback in the state of Mississippi. So it's critically important, and that's why I opened this up by saying it's historic, because to reestablish this means Mississippi is back. I will yield for any questions.
Lady from Lincoln, Miss Curry.
Would the gentleman yield? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, ma'am.
So I guess it's just been ingrained in me that I don't want to hunt black bear.
You don't have to kill a bear, dear.
I'm sorry?
You don't have to kill one.
I don't, but why do we want to? Can you tell me that?
Well, yes, bear is just another wildlife species that's in our country or in our state, that the only way to ecologically balance that is to keep a conservation-minded approach. And that is to harvest a certain number of bears based on your population.
So we have a lot now? Because I've never seen one.
Well, I addressed that a moment ago. I said we have less than 1,000 bears. Right out of 1,000 bears in the state, our estimates are.
Okay.
So, you know, it's not like we're going to issue a bunch of bear tags. It'll be a tag, maybe 3 tags, but it'll all be done in a lottery system based on our data-driven input that we get from the bear harvest. So all this is really preparing us for the future.
So do the black bears we have, do they attack people?
Now, as a matter of fact, let's talk about a little bit about black bears. Some of you have been exposed to black bears, some probably haven't. The black bears basically eat grubs and worms and roots. They're herbivores.
Right.
Now, they'll eat whatever you bait it with. If you bait them long enough with the right stuff, they will come to you, Gentleman Clark. They will. But that's not what they're looking for. They're not attacking humans. They're not looking for your pets. I've had black bear walk by my chicken pen and just glance at them, didn't care. They're going to the woods to hunt grubs and worms.
I'm going to ask one more question. I'm sorry. Do you eat bears?
Do you who?
Do you eat them?
Well, certainly you eat them.
I'm sorry?
Certainly you eat bear.
Ooh.
Have you ever eaten bear?
No, I've never eaten a bear.
Oh, my. Well, certainly you can eat bear.
Thank you.
Oh, no, we're not voting. We got plenty of questions.
Come on.
Gentleman from Marion, Mr. Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman Yule.
Yes, sir.
We're not fixing to open up a situation like Hart Collier and Teddy Roosevelt, are we? I said we're not.
No, we're not opening this season. We're not tying black bears to willow trees and harvesting them. No, sir.
And the biggest situation you got is bears eventually, that's with 1,000 bears, and say 500 of them sows, and they're going to have a cub or a couple of cubs. Next year we might have 700, mightn't we?
I didn't catch all that, but
I
will
said next year the population may increase from 500 to 700.
Well, the fact is that bears, they're going to breed in the den, and sow bears will probably birth 2 to 3 cubs every other year. That's their pattern.
Well, I went on a bear hunt once upon a time in Peace River, Alberta. And that afternoon, I saw 14 bears before I saw the one that I wanted to shoot. And I killed one with a bow and one with a rifle. And if it wasn't for hunting, they're going to come an invasive species to a degree, and some of those people in those areas where they have plenty of bears calls them a hog with fur on them, because he's always going to be getting into something to a degree.
They are in fact a nuisance in some parts of the world, yes.
Sooner or later, if you get an overpopulation of them, you're going to have to eliminate some of them. But we're not talking about opening a full-fledged season in the next 2 years or anything like that. They'll be monitored and be seeing what kind of species is being coming around, whether it be boars or sows or whatever. And eventually, the only way to control them would be by hunting, because your Arkansas bears will get tired, and he may walk over here, mightn't he?
That's right. Well, gentlemen, all I can really tell you is that Mississippi, we follow the North American model of wildlife conservation. And in that creed is that we're going to monitor and support native populations of wildlife in this state. And we do that through conservation. We do that through proper tagging. I can just tell you that, Arkansas got behind. They weren't aggressive in their program. So early on, they had more bears than they knew what to do with. They had over 5,000 bears. Well, now they're harvesting 500 bears a year. Whereas when Louisiana's got 1,500, I think they gave 12 tags last year in a lottery system.
With that said, I'm going to leave the bears alone just a second and go to the alligators. Probably 10 or 12 years ago, we didn't have an alligator season in Mississippi. It was a federal crime, $10,000 fine to kill an alligator because he was an endangered species. Now we got people applying for alligator tags out the gazoo because we got overabundance of alligators. And we're going to do the same thing with the bears if it happens to go that way.
I won't disagree with you that we've got more alligators than we've got opportunity to take them. And I would like to see us have more tags so we can control that species a little bit better.
We're not trying to.
But we're going to get ahead of the curve on the black bear. And I think I'm very proud of the fact that we have support, both House and Senate, to get this done and have a little forward thinking about how we're going to be prepared.
Thank you for your comment.
Gentleman from Marion, what you better be worried about is if this bear population takes off, they're going to be trying to put that one lake project through to get them some more habitat up there.
You could touch a sensitive subject there if you don't watch out. I could tell you a few things about that.
That'd help with alligators and bear. Just saying. He'll be back before you with that bill next year. Gentleman from Forest, Mr. Watson.
If the gentleman will yield.
Gentlemen.
Yeah, I've only had the opportunity of serving on game and fish for 4 years. That was my second term. Can you hear me?
I didn't. Repeat.
Okay, can you hear me? Yeah, I've only had the opportunity of serving on game and fish, and that was for 4 years, from 1984 to 1988. And it was a punishment that was given to me by the Speaker of the House at that time, Speaker C.B. Newman.
Well, thank you for your service.
So my question is it necessary for us to hunt the black bear now?
Us as in us, or us as a state?
The hunters.
I would tell you, gentlemen, that in pockets of the state, we have very robust populations. Areas of the state, we have no population. So to have an established bear criteria of how to conduct a draw system when it is appropriate, by the 27-28 season, for instance, then I think us to have a well thought out plan in place is better than having no plan.
Okay, all right. What would be the number that you would anticipate as chairman of this committee that we would assign tags to? What number would that be?
I couldn't speculate, gentlemen. I can tell you that when I talked to the other states, what they did is that initially when they had their draw open up, they had a governor's draw, which was basically a lottery for just one tag, governor's tag. Now they may go to auction, I'm not sure. But in the subsequent years, they had 3 bears the next year, 5 bears the following year, 12 bears the following year. So they've done it in a very, they've done it in a calculated manner, and it just wasn't issued statewide. It was issued for regions of the state that held the most aggressive populations.
Now, is the black bear now, is it a nuisance?
The black bear is listed as a state as an endangered species.
A what?
It was an endangered species in 1932. It is not on the federally endangered species now.
Okay.
Mississippi still recognizes an endangered species in our wildlife. That's why we're doing what we're doing to establish the season, if there will be a season, exactly how that season will transpire.
Now, you did indicate, Mr. Chairman, that there was a period of time. Can you hear me now?
There's a lot of chatter right here, but yeah, I'm trying.
Okay. There was a period of time when there was a moratorium against the killing of the black bear.
Absolutely.
And of course, how long was that?
Well, I think that happened in 1932 when we identified that we had less than 12 bears left in the state. In 1974, we listed them as an endangered species as a state.
Okay.
So it was years ago, but yes, sir, they were identified. And subsequently, we brought that population back.
Okay.
Something you should be very proud of.
Okay.
And that's what this bill does. It establishes a potential for a bear draw, a season to be established.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Yes,
Mr.
sir.
Chairman.
Gentleman from Lawrence, Mr. Evans.
Thank you, Speaker. Gentleman yield.
Absolutely.
Thank you. You know I'm a sportsman. I'm a hunter.
You're on the committee. I got it.
I just have a question. I know down around Monticello where I do most of my hunting, I don't have any trouble walking in the woods. I can look around and up and whatnot without having to worry about where I step. But is there places in Mississippi that's getting so many bears in it that you have to, when you walk in the woods, you have to watch the ground instead of where you're hunting?
Everywhere in the woods, you better watch for the ground.
But for this particular reason, you know what bears are supposed to do in the woods, right? Are we trying to add that
I thought
to
that was
the
a wives'
woods?
tale, but yes.
Thank you.
Gentleman from Adams, Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentlemen, yield.
Of course.
Gentlemen, just a couple of questions, just for my own edification. You said that in 1974 they were listed as endangered species. They came back, but did we introduce animals into the state? Did we bring bears?
No, we didn't introduce any new species. We didn't actually hunt them to extinction. We had less than 12 that survived since 32. 32 was the record when we said, well, we got less than 12.
Okay.
It's time to do something about it.
And so when we
slowly these animals have built themselves back up.
Okay.
To a population that's estimated somewhere around 1,000 bears.
Yeah. And I live in the area, hunt in the area where we do have black. We spotted them and seen them.
Congratulations.
And so I'm a little bit. I understand. I'm for your bill, but my question is, if we're going to have so few tags early on, was there any thought given to just limiting to residents in the first few years?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
Why don't we do that?
Gentlemen, these rules will be promulgated by the commission And I have strongly told them that I don't think we need to consider out-of-state for some time.
Okay, all right, thank you.
This is an in-state issue, and I want to reward our sportsmen in the state.
Thank you, thank you.
Lady from Harrison, Ms. Crawford.
Does the gentleman yield?
Yes.
How did we get to a population of 12?
How do we get to a population of
Yes.
1,000?
Of bears, yeah.
Procreation? I mean, I don't know.
I said, when the population decreased and we got to 12, 15 bears left, and they were
They've been heavily monitored for,
and why did that happen?
because again, we hunted them to almost extinction.
Because we hunted them to extinction,
Well, that and we did,
and then we got the bear population up, and now we want to hunt them again?
we got the bear population to a manner which they could survive. And so the only
We
way
got them to where they can survive, and now we want to hunt them.
Part of the conservation model is to harvest, so you can have a balance in what you have. An unchecked species was just that. It's getting overpopulated very quick. And I use Arkansas as that reminder. Arkansas didn't see this as readily as they needed to. Before they knew it, they had more bears than they knew what to do with. That's why they're so aggressive now in issuing tags. We don't want to get Mississippi to the point where we're reacting. We want to be able to have a calculated strategy on how to grow our bear population.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Gentleman from Forest, Mr. Byrd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentlemen, do you yield for a question?
Absolutely, yes, sir.
Gentlemen, would you agree with me that this is not a novel idea and that 30 other states have a bear hunting season of some sort?
It's 36 other states, but yes, sir.
Very good. And now, the wildlife conservation, just the thought of it, would you agree with me that when we put a value on a resource, we protect that resource because it now has a value? And would not this put a value on a bear, and would not the state work to preserve that population, at least to keep a viable population?
To your point, gentlemen, every species in our state has got that same consideration. We want to make sure that we have the conservation practices to promote a good, robust population. Bear just happens to be the latest one that we're identifying that we probably need to make a move.
Thank you. One more question. Does a bear have a predator other than us?
Us? Yeah, I'm sure there's a natural, I don't know of any natural predation that takes a bear, no.
Well, you know, I think in nature the bear could survive and thrive, and perhaps he has, to the point to where we have so many now that we could actually begin to have a conservation method to preserve these bears.
Well, once again, I mean, humans really don't have a lot of predators either, but predation happens with species. For instance, snakes. There are a lot of things that will take a bear out just like, well, a person. So they're a natural order of things. But there's not another species that's going to take a bear out.
Very good. And gentlemen, would you believe that I have a photo that was taken in my daughter's backyard with a bean can and a paw print, which is a bear. We didn't see the bear, but the bear was there. Thank you.
Gentlemen, I'll tell you, this young man right here had a 300-pound bear in his backyard this summer.
Gentleman from Choctaw, Mr. Hood.
Does the gentleman yield? Is there any exclusion in this bill for the University of Mississippi black bears?
No, sir.
Thank you.
Gentleman from Lafayette, Mr. DeWeese.
Bill?
Yes, sir.
Would you make sure that's the first black bear killed?
I will make sure we don't have an amendment.
All right.
Final passage.
I don't see any further questions on the black bear.
Wow.
You move final passage,
Move
gentlemen?
final passage.
Anything else you want to tell us about black bears?
Well, I think Representative Evans said it best. Thank you.
Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the hunting of the black bear, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay.
I'm going to get a vote, right?
Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Who knew the Black Bear had a lobbyist? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. A vote of 50 yeas and 60 nays, the bill fails. He's safe for now, I guess. Lady from Madison, Ms. Ford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the North Gallery, I'd like for you to make them feel welcome. Mary Margaret and Ann Bailey White, which are the daughter and granddaughter of our very own Jimmy Cockcroft. So thank y'all for being here.
Welcome. I know your granddad's glad you're here, young lady. We still call him the mayor around here. Chairman of Energy, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let's go to Senate Bill 2062. Call it up, make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read a third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. I see you got a strike all, gentlemen.
Yes, sir, I do.
You're recognized to explain the strike all.
Okay, thank you, sir. All right, the strike all is, I'm going to go through these definitions pretty quick. Appliance means a device or apparatus is used to utility service and energy operating requirements that has been manufactured and designed to perform specific tasks. B, farm equipment means equipment including attachments, repair, parts, therefore used in planting, cultivating, irrigation, harvesting, marketing, and ag. Motor vehicle, it is as defined. And Section 2 is under government entities shall not enact or enforce any resolution, ordinance, regulation, rule, code, or policy to take any action that is restricted, prohibited, or the effect of restricting probability the sale or use of the following based on the source of fuel. And we're talking about farm equipment, motor vehicle, lawn tools, including but not limiting to generators, lawnmowers, pressure washers, and chainsaws. Mr. Speaker, that is my
Questions on the strike all? I don't see any, gentlemen.
final passage.
He moves adoption of strike all. If you favor adoption of strike all amendment 1, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Anything further on the bill, gentlemen?
No, sir. I would like to call up item number 12.
Lady from Jones, for what purpose?
I wanted to ask him a question, if I could, Mr. Speaker.
Gentlemen, do you yield for questions?
Are we not at that point?
Yes, sir. I will.
Okay. Sir, I just want to ask you now, if a city, you know, this says a governmental entity, if a city, like in Laurel, you know, we can't have chickens in Laurel. They won't let you have chickens. And so I just want to be sure that that these cities that they restrict everything. But I have to ask this question so when they start fussing at us, if we pass something that, you know, keeps them from restricting everything, will this impact these cities that have these very strict covenants about, you know, about everything, particularly farm equipment in cities?
Well, I didn't see the word chicken in there nowhere, but...
I'm just saying, we have, I guess I was making an example where in these cities, they are very strict about things maybe that you could do in the county that they won't let you do in the city. And I want to make sure that, particularly in this farm equipment, being able to operate it, that if the city has a covenant or an ordinance, will this law supersede that? Yes or no? That's all I need.
Are you referring to as the equipment's being transferred from point A to point B?
Isn't this for use? Because I thought I saw where it says used in, for the use of.
No, no. What page are you on?
I'm on Senate Bill 2062?
Yeah, Senate Bill 2062, what section you're in?
B, subsection B. I just want to make sure, you know, where it says used in, I'm for it, actually. You know, I'm
Yeah.
for being able to do it. They won't let you do anything in these cities. But I just want to make sure that's what we're saying.
Right, what it's saying is farm equipment means farm equipment including attachments and repair parts, therefore used in planting, cultivating, irrigation, harvesting, and marketing the agriculture. The term farm equipment includes but not limited to tractors, trailers, combines, tilling, and implements and balers.
Okay, and this bill in section 3 is saying that a governmental entity shall not enact anything that would preclude you from using this, right?
Madam, I'm having a hard time hearing you.
Okay. In section 3, line 50, it says a governmental entity shall not enact or enforce any resolution, ordinance, regulation, rule, code, or policy. So I just want to be sure that once we pass this, then this will supersede any ordinance, any rule, anything that the city of Laurel might, or the city of Hattiesburg, or Madison, or any of these people might pass, right?
No, ma'am, it's not going to supersede anything like that.
So they'll still be able to say that you can't have this equipment in their city.
Well, they're going to be probably transporting it from one place to the other to get the farming done.
Okay, all right.
I guess, ma'am, what I'm trying to say is every city's got their different ordinance.
Yeah, and I was just, okay. All right, thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to call up item number 12.
Hold on, gentlemen, we got to vote on this one. We've adopted the strike all. I see no further questions. You move final passage?
Yes, sir.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. You favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 112 yeas, 3 nays, the bill passes. Next item, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to call up item 12, Senate Bill 2308, Representative Elliott from Lauderdale to handle the bill.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Gentleman from Lauderdale is recognized to explain this bill, which I believe is be for the first time.
Yes, sir.
You're recognized, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item 12, bill number 2308. I'd like to call it up and make the usual motion.
All right. He's beat you to that. He's teed it up for you to explain it now, so you are recognized.
Yes, sir. This is existing legislation. It is an act to amend section 57-39-21, Mississippi Code of 1972, to extend the date of repeal on certain standards that promote efficient energy use to be implemented during the design, direction, construction, and alteration of certain buildings for related purposes. And that is an explanation of the bill.
Questions on the bill? Gentleman from Marshall, Mr. Faulkner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentlemen, you yield?
Yes, sir.
Gentlemen, this is Senate Bill 2308.
Yes, sir.
When do we take up 2307?
I have no idea, sir.
Are we going to take up 2309?
Possibly.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Let me say one thing about this bill. This is
gentlemen, you never go back. That's never.
This is existing legislation. And,
gentlemen,
and
go ahead. I'm sorry, gentlemen. You got some more people wanting to ask you some questions.
I will entertain other questions.
Gentleman from Jefferson, Mr. Harness.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
Gentlemen, what are these efficiency standards that you are speaking of in your bill?
Okay, these efficiency standards have to do with standards for building construction, computer-based energy management systems, systems for cogeneration of heating, cooling, and electricity, and for the design of passive solar
Gentlemen,
energy.
I can't hear words you're saying, gentlemen. I can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah. Can you go back on it again?
Yes, sir. No problem. Energy code standards for building construction, standards for computer-based energy management systems, standards for systems of cogenerations of heating, cooling, and electricity, and for design to use passive solar energy concepts.
Do you have solar-powered systems in your home, sir?
No, sir, I currently do not.
Okay. And you say cogenerational, what is that?
Yes, sir. Now, let me say this.
Okay,
This is purely speculation, so I don't want to add or take away any validity to the authors of this bill. This is solely my opinion.
Okay.
My opinion is it would be a heat pump.
A heat pump?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And a heat pump?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you for clearing it up for me, gentlemen.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Gentleman from Warren, Mr. Denton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman Yield.
Yes, sir.
You said we're going to extend the repeal date?
Yes, sir.
To what date, sir?
We're going to extend the repeal date to July 1st, 2029.
July 1st, 2029?
Yes, sir.
Why not July 1st, 2030?
Have to ask the authors that, sir.
Okay, well, you ask him. He's behind you, right?
Sir. Sir?
Is he behind you? Is the author behind you?
No, sir.
He's not behind you?
No, sir.
Oh, okay, so you don't know who the author is?
No, sir. This is current. This legislation that already been written. It was written before I came here.
It was current. This is current legislation.
Yes, sir.
So you ought to know who's the current author then, if it's current legislation, because their name would be on this bill. Is that not right, gentlemen?
Now I can tell you the author of the amendment to extend it, if that's what you want to know.
Okay. Okay, Jim. Okay, gentlemen. You say the appeal date is 2029?
Yes, sir.
Thanks, sir.
Gentleman from Jackson, Mr. Fondren.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
Gentlemen, on line 41, it speaks in terms of British thermal units. Do you have anything against American thermal units?
No, sir.
Or why are we measuring in another country's standard?
Well, that's something that came along way before my time, sir. Way before my time.
I'll let this one slide. Thank you.
All right. I don't see any further questions, gentlemen.
I move for passage, Mr. Speaker.
All right. Gentleman moves final passage.
Thank you.
Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 120 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item, Mr. Chairman.
With unanimous consent, I'd like to jump over to item number 33, Senate Bill 2527.
Is there objection? Hearing none, we'll follow that procedure, gentlemen. You're recognized.
Thank you, sir. Senate Bill 2527 is dealing with decommissioning solar panels. There's been a lot of questions that come around and go around about this, but here's the meat of it. The decommissioning cost of the estimate cost of performing the removal restoration obligation fourth in this section of the solar powered is from date of removal. They have a date runs out between 20 to 25 years. And solar panel facilities agreement shall be a minimum, and they do have the expiration date on it. We just talked about that. And their lines, Power lines and all are at least 3 feet under the surface, which would be pulled out when they did the extraction of it. What's their cost into this for the people that own these solar panels? They got a security bond, they got a collateral bond, or letter of credit intent, a parent guaranteed in cash, or cashier's check, or certified deposit. That's what keeps everything straight on decommissioning solar panels. I'll take any questions if there's any.
Questions on the bill, on the strike all? Gentleman from Hancock, Mr. Anderson.
Gentleman, you yield.
Yes, sir.
Quick question. Is there a ground testing program that's in this bill that we're going to ensure that the environmental standards are not left in the ground? Is there a testing program in here that's going to require soil sampling or things of that nature after this is decommissioned?
Well, no, not in this bill, it's not. The soil sample, and I had somebody else ask me about that earlier today, and I'll agree 100% it should be to see what is in the ground after this.
I mean, wouldn't, you know, as a state, you know, that can become future farmland or something after decommissioned, and there could be contaminants, environmentals within this property. Shouldn't we amend this bill to make sure that there's an environmental ground testing program put in there for the future generations that may use this property after the fact of decommissioning these solar panels?
I will say PSC is going to be monitoring them. Now, they may request a soil sample when they are doing this.
Who did you say is going to be monitoring?
Public Service Commissioner.
Don't you think we should amend this to put this in the program that there should be some kind of ground testing for future?
Bring me amendment.
Gentleman from Rankin, Mr. Newman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentleman yield? Does the gentleman yield?
Yes, I'm looking for you.
I'm over here.
Okay.
I know I can't hear up there when I'm up there either. What keeps these power companies putting these things in, and then when they're through with them, just walking away from them? I know you said there was a bond and stuff, but you put up a bond today, and it has to be renewed every year. In a couple of years, they just drop the bond, or even if they put it up cash, if they put up $10,000 today and it costs $100,000 25 years from now, what keeps them from just walking away?
Well, you did see the $10,000 a day penalty, and it would be $10,000 a day from every day it's not done correctly.
But if I set up a side corporation over here that I'm operating this thing with, and I just walk away from the whole deal.
You can't, in the contract with PSC and everybody else with the state, you cannot just walk away from it. It could be sold 5 or 6 different times, and the last person owning the white paper on it, it's their responsibility to put the ground, the soil, back it was better than it was when they walked on it.
I hope you're right.
I don't see any further questions, gentlemen. I believe the gentleman from Hancock has an amendment.
Yes, sir.
All right. Gentleman from Hancock's recognized for his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Basically, as you heard the questioning, what this amendment will do is require them to do ground sampling after decommission to make sure there's no toxins or explosions within the ground that could become future farmland. That result will be turned over to the Public Service Commission after completion of decommission of the solar farm. That's basically an explanation of the amendment.
Questions on the amendment? I don't see any. Question occurs on the adoption of Amendment 1 to the strike all amendment. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Anything further on the bill, on the strike all, gentlemen?
I move final passage.
He moves adoption of the strike all.
Yes.
If you favor strike all amendment 1, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Strike all is adopted. Anything further on the bill, gentlemen?
No, sir.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 114 yeas, 6 nays, the bill passes. That concludes your work, gentlemen.
Got one more. 34.
All right.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to call up item 34, Senate Bill 2641, and it's going to be with the wind turbines. The Mississippi Public Service Commission shall have executive authority, jurisdiction over the placement, construction, expansion, operation, and enforce any wind tower facility in the state. No wind tower facility will be constructed, installed, and operated without the first obtaining approval from the PSC.
Gentlemen, we need to call the bill up.
Okay.
You've gone to that item, but we need to actually call it up.
Okay. Senate Bill number 2641, call it up, make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. I see you got a strike all, gentlemen.
Yes, sir.
You are recognized to explain your strike all.
Okay. Well, sorry about that. I read the first quote of it, but let me find my place here.
You can pick up where you were. You're fine.
Obtaining approval from the PSC requires this, and it will be energy production, grid reliability, economic development and tax revenue, and technical and economic vulnerable. See, Section 4, no person entity shall construct, operate wind tower facilities in the state without obtaining a permit from the designated reviewing agent and approval from the PSC. A permit application is included. Detailed site plan environmental assessment, a certified agriculture impact assessment, documents of notice of public hearing within the affected county. And Section 5, no tower must be erected within 3,000 feet of any property or any adjacent against ag parcels unless the adjoining landowner provides a written consent. No tower may be located within 1 mile of the dwelling, a school, church, or public buildings. No wind tower or facility shall be located within 3 miles of a state, federal wildlife refuge, game and management. Mr. Speaker, that concludes my explanation.
Questions on the strike all? Gentleman from Rankin, Mr. Powell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentlemen, is this the original House bill that you're inserting as a strike all?
I'm sorry?
Is the original House language you are inserting?
Yes, it is.
So to construct anything, if I had a piece of property, I'd have to get my neighbor's permission?
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
If I wanted to put a wind tower on a piece of property I have to get my neighbor's permission to do so?
That's what's in the bill.
I have to get the Crop Dusters Association's permission to do so?
You will have to get the MMA, yes.
Thank you.
Gentleman from DeSoto, Mr. Eubanks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman yield?
Yes.
This is just to piggyback off the previous gentleman's question. Is is there a determination of height? Because some people put a little residential windmill up there that doesn't go up as high as these giant, those apply to it as well?
No, that's nothing to do with
I didn't know if there was like a height regulation like this, if it's over so many feet, then it applies to.
You're talking, I think you're talking about like the aluminum.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you real well.
I said, I think you're talking about like the yard art with aluminum.
No, I'm talking about like they do have some that it might only be on say a 30 or 40-foot pole, and you have some of these residential small-sized turbines that'll just generate power for your house. Is there any kind of differentiation that excludes those, or is this just for wind towers that are the big ones?
I would think it'd have to go through the PCS, any of it.
Okay, thank you.
Gentleman from Lamar, Mr. Tubb.
Yes, sir. The gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. What safeguards are in place to, if that solar company happens to go defunct, to protect that landowner, the reclamation, the dismantlement doesn't fall back on that landowner?
No, sir, it cannot fall back on the landowner. Say, for instance, last month when the ice storm came through, if it took down the blades or the whole thing, it would be left up to the person that owns the white paper on that windmill.
And how is that backed up? By a performance bond or?
Yes, performance bond, and they are penalized $10,000 a day from the time it hits the ground to get it back up.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
I don't see any further questions, gentlemen.
Move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine. I'm sorry. Let's adopt strike all first. Question occurs the adoption of strike all amendment 1. If you favor the strike all, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Anything further, gentlemen? You move final passage?
Final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 84 yeas, 28 nays, the bill passes. I believe that gets us back to item 13, technology. Passes. Judd A.
See if I can find the calendar. Grab my calendar. I wasn't paying attention. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item 14, Senate Bill 2712, and call it up and make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Gentlemen, see you got a strike all.
Yes, sir, Mr. Speaker.
All right, y'all are recognized to explain the strike all.
Mr. Speaker, I'm going to recognize the gentleman from Lee to handle the bill.
Gentleman from Lee is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman. Senate Bill 2712, this is the Senate version of a House bill we passed earlier. This bill codifies some guidance from the Department of Banking and Commerce issued last fall concerning finance lenders being able to charge a no-file fee to their borrowers. It only applies to when a lender does not file a UCC-1, and they cannot charge any more than the filing fee for a UCC-1, which is $10. And we added an amendment to include the UCC3 as well. That's my explanation.
Questions on the strike all? I don't see any. Question occurs on the adoption of strike all amendment 1. If you favor the strike all, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Anything further on the bill, gentlemen?
That's all. Move final passage.
He moves final passage. I don't see any questions. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. What's he saying? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 99 yeas, 5 nays, the bill passes. Next item, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to skip over item 15 and move to item 16, Senate Bill 2360, and call it up and make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There was a companion bill that the House passed when it was our turn to pass these bills, and basically what it's doing is requiring any state agency to publish a list and provide email addresses of the individual that is over that agency and require them to list who to be served with legal process. Failure to do that will toll the statute of limitations until it is complied with. This is the exact version that this chamber passed earlier. So what I did is I'm going to amend it with a strike all, insert the language, and send it to the other side. And I'll yield for any questions.
Questions on the strike all? Gentleman from Jefferson, Mr. Harness.
Would the gentleman yield?
Certainly.
Just a friendly question, gentlemen. I know you just gave a description of the bill. I kind of missed some things you said. As it relates to who you serve, is that changing anything?
No, it's just requiring that these agencies and people that are applicable to the Tort Claims Act have to list on a website who is to be served with the process, and then they failure to list that person, it'll toll the statute of limitations until they're complied with.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
I don't see any further questions.
Move final passage.
He moves adoption of the strike all. If you favor the strike all, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Anything further on the bill, gentlemen?
Move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 118 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to skip over item 17 and move to item 18, Senate Bill 2747, and call it up and make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. I see you got a strike all, gentlemen.
Yes, sir, Mr. Speaker.
You're recognized to explain the strike all.
Mr. Speaker, ladies and gentlemen of the House, this is our third-party litigating act. Basically what it does is it requires any foreign entity of concern, any entity that's been put on a terrorist list of national security, any person that's been put on an organized Federal Office of Foreign Assets Control, they're required to provide their name and other disclosures in writing to the Attorney General, and what this is intended to do is to keep foreign parties that are adverse to the interests of the United States to funding litigation outcomes, and that's an explanation of the bill. Of the strike all, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on the strike all? I don't see any. Question occurs on the adoption of strike all amendment 1. If you favor the strike all, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Strike all is adopted. Anything further on the bill, gentlemen?
Move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 89 yeas, 24 nays, the bill passes. Next item, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to move to item 19, Senate Bill 2114, and call it up and make the usual motions.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Gentlemen, I see you got a strike all.
Yes, sir, Mr. Speaker.
You are recognized to explain the strike all.
Ladies and gentlemen, what I did is I struck the Senate language and inserted the House position on, it was 538 or 838, which was the House bill that we debated here in the House. And so what I did is did a strike all and inserted the House language of the bill that we passed. And that's an explanation of the strike all.
Questions on the strike all? Gentleman from Lawrence, Mr. Evans.
Thank you, Speaker. Gentleman yield.
Yes, sir. Yes,
Gentlemen,
sir.
I believe you and I had a conversation about this last week on this floor, didn't we?
We did.
Did you add, or did the committee or whoever did this add any language where dealing with local law enforcement having to cooperate with ICE, that cooperation would be only with legal things that ICE were doing? Was any language added to address that issue?
I did insert into the bill, and I apologize to the body that I didn't bring that up. On line 23 of the amendment, I did say limit, restricts, bans, or interferes with enforcement of lawful federal immigration. So I did insert the word lawful.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I don't see any further questions. If you favor the strike all, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Anything further on the bill, gentlemen?
Move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 78 yeas, 38 nays, the bill passes. Next item, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Item number 20, Senate Bill 2948. I call it up and make the usual motions.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed read the third time and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. I see you got a strike all, gentlemen.
Yes, sir, Mr. Speaker.
Right. You're recognized to explain the strike all.
And I also need to add an amendment to that strike all, too.
All right. You want to amend it now?
Yes, sir, Mr. Speaker.
All right. You're recognized for your amendment.
What I'm going to do is add a reverse repealer into the bill. We've had some recent information that's come to us that may save some money with DOR on this. So what we're going to do is insert the reverse repealer to make sure we go to conference. And that's an explanation of the amendment. And the strike all is the position that the House passed earlier this year, and I'll go into that as well.
Questions on Amendment 1 to the strike all? I don't see any. Question recurs on the adoption of Amendment 1. If you favor Amendment 1, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Anything further on the strike all amendment, gentlemen?
No, sir, Mr. Speaker.
He moves adoption of the strike all. If you favor the strike all, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Anything further on the bill?
Final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 117 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Item 22, Senate Bill 2322. I call it up and make the usual motion.
All right. Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed read a third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Gentlemen, you got a strike all?
Yes, sir, Mr. Speaker.
You're recognized to explain that strike all.
Ladies and gentlemen, excuse me. Do we have it? Okay. All right. Yes, sir, Mr. Speaker. Sorry about that. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, Senate Bill 2322 is an act to amend driver's license and authority under the state of Mississippi. There is a reverse repealer in this bill as we continue to work it through the process. And basically what the strike all does is it allows anyone that has to have an indication of sex on their driver's license shall be determined at birth, and even if there's a court order that it can't override that. Also, if you have a driver's license issued by a state to someone that has an unlawful presence in the United States, that's an illegal alien or undocumented immigrant, of a license that portrays that is not valid in this state. And also, if they are pulled over with this driver's license, then the law enforcement officer shall refer it to ICE. And there's also a provision in there that, a justice court judge, if they are taken in for this offense, that they would refer it over to ICE. And that's an explanation of the bill.
Questions on the strike call? Gentleman from Hines, Mr. Bell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman, you yield.
Certainly.
Could you repeat that for a second? You said something about showing on a driver's license what?
Just allows you to amend the driver's license to state that they're not considered valid if they are issued by some state that issues a driver's license to someone that is an illegal immigrant in the United States or undocumented, does not invalidate anyone that has visas and acquires them by proper means.
Oh, okay. Have we had an issue with a state issuing driver's license?
I do. I had a chance to speak to the commissioner about this, and so just to see where we were on this across the whole state. But I do think there's been some issues where some individuals have caused accidents and done other things in this state. But that's what we're going to do with this piece of legislation is it allows whoever pulls them over to either issue them a citation or report it to immigration.
Okay, so would that include a Canadian citizen?
That would just be, they would be documented. I don't
So when you have a Canadian driver's license, you have immigrant listed on the driver's license.
I think it says illegal, and so I think you don't get a driver's license if you're just passing over and driving and you're over here on a visa or on a passport. What this is for individuals that are full-time going through the state or not documented. There are states out there that issue driver's license to individuals that have not been admitted into this country legally. And so what this piece of legislation does is allows law enforcement, if they were to pull it over, to refer or just issue the citation. It does not require an arrest. It does not require any of that. It just says they have to issue the citation.
All right, gentlemen, thank you.
Thank you.
Gentleman from Jefferson, Mr. Harness.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentleman yield?
Certainly.
Gentlemen, you don't seem very excited about this bill, but would you yield for friendly questions?
I will, but I've done told you before. I ain't going to dance with you too much now.
I heard you the last time. All right, so here's the question. Full faith and credit. All right. Where I know you're familiar with full faith and credit. The state gives full faith and credit to other state laws. So if I come in here with an Alabama driver's license that Alabama has issued, doesn't this state supposed to recognize, because of full faith and credit, shouldn't this state recognize automatically Alabama law? Alabama has researched this issue, determined that the person is eligible for a license, and therefore there shouldn't be any questions from the state of Mississippi as to the veracity of these licenses that were issued.
Gentlemen, as an elected body, I think we have an opportunity to determine what we consider would be to operate a motor vehicle on the roads, dirt roads, state roads of the state of Mississippi, because, you have to take a test and be here. I think we as a body can make a determination with that regard. Would that stop someone forever claiming what you're saying? I guess it's possible. But this body has an opportunity to deliberate what happens and whether individuals that are operating on that road know the rules of the road in the state of Mississippi and the safety that's required by this state. And if they have constituents that get hurt by individuals that are driving through this state that have not abided by the rules of the road, they answer to their constituents. And so that is a statute out here that we are amending to. I know you may disagree with it, but that's where we are, gentlemen.
Well, of course, I know that is a role and that is a responsibility of the state, but I don't want you to ignore the full faith and credit that we have to abide by. Now, do you think that we are enforcing we are doing the job of the federal government by having these type of bills? Because it's been my understanding that the federal government is responsible for immigration. So when did the states start getting into enforcing federal government? I always thought that, especially in the South, that the states wanted their own sovereignty. They didn't want anything to do with the federal government. So what changed this all of a sudden?
Gentlemen, we're just saying and have an opportunity to determine what is allowed to drive on the roads, the counties, the state roads, and we're giving the commissioner some authority to look into that and our law enforcement if they don't have a valid driver's license in the state. And that's what we're doing.
One more question, gentlemen. Would you yield for a final question?
Certainly,
What
gentlemen.
about equal protection? Does this bill, you think, have a discriminatory purpose in it?
Not that I'm aware of, gentlemen. This is just who's going to be able to operate a motor vehicle and the requirements of driver's licenses issued by other jurisdictions. And that's all it does.
But you say it in the bill, undocumented immigrants.
And illegal, yes.
And illegal. So the bill is directly referring to undocumented immigrants. So you don't think we have an equal protection issue with this?
Gentlemen, I can't speculate on what some individual may or what group may or may entity file for any type of protection or injunction. All I know is this body's duty and obligation is to deliberate legislation and we can pass it, and so that's where we are.
Appreciate you dancing with me,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Gentleman from Marshall, Mr. Faulkner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentlemen, you yield.
Certainly, gentlemen.
Just got a question for you. I'm not really sure how this works, but let's say if someone has a work visa in this country, are they allowed under current law to obtain driver license?
Yes, and this legislation is not for individuals that have passports that have come in and went through the proper process to issue driver's license. I talked to the commissioner about that. They do have parameters that they set for individuals that are here on a legal basis, and so they are allowed to have a driver's license, and it's issued through passports and things of that nature, and coincides with the state that they're allowed to have. So
Okay.
we're not, it's just not a untotal of individuals that are not here in a legal presence. This is for undocumented and individuals that are not getting an ID in a different state and driving through.
Okay, so if someone has a license, but they're here on a work visa, the license is going to say what?
Gentlemen, it's just right now it's up to the Department of Public Safety on
what
the
does it
standards
say
that
now?
issue.
What does it
Yes.
say now?
Gentlemen, they're different in every state to a certain degree, which is why we're here doing what we're doing.
So what does it say in Mississippi, Chairman?
Gentlemen, I'd be speculation if I don't have the exact answer for you on that. So, but if you have the answer, you'd be glad to provide.
No,
it.
that's why I'm asking you, because I don't have
I'm
the
just
answer.
saying, I spoke with the commissioner. There's the parameters that are set. There's a part in the code section earlier that already allows him to do that, okay, for individuals that don't have Social Security numbers and other matters. And so those are properly documented identification.
Let me ask this question. So if someone has a license, they're here on a work visa, say if they go, you're talking about driving, but say they use those licenses to go and try to purchase a weapon. What happens under this?
Gentlemen, first off, the bill is about whether you're an illegal document and getting a driver's license.
License, right?
Right.
You can use
right.
license to do different things, right, besides drive, right?
But yeah, and you get into gold stars and other things to whether you can travel on airports and things, but you have other jurisdictions that are submitting driver's licenses that say undocumented, illegal, or did not provide documentation, and to that nature right there. And that's what this does.
Thank you, Chairman.
All right, thank you.
See no further question.
Move final passage, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, we need to adopt a strike all. All those in favor of the strike all, say aye. All opposed, no. Ayes have it. We're back on the bill. Move final passage.
Move final passage.
Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Machine, Madam Clerk, by a vote of 77 yeas, 38 nays, bill passes. Do you have another bill?
Judd A. yields the floor.
You yield the floor. Municipalities.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to call up Senate Bill 2578 and make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, placed on final passage. All those in favor say aye. All opposed, no. Ayes have it. Gentlemen, you're recognized to explain your bill.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to move to table the committee amendment.
I'm sorry, gentlemen, I didn't understand.
Move to table the committee amendment.
Are you going to table the committee
amendment?
Okay. Y'all have heard the motion, table the amendment. All those in favor say aye. All opposed, no. Ayes have it. Gentlemen, you're back on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senate Bill 2578 creates a fund in the Department of Finance and Administration. How much that will be is to be determined in appropriations, but this just establishes the creation of a fund for municipalities with 10,000 or less population or smaller towns and communities. In the event they have an opportunity to go after a federal grant, which most of the time have a 20% match on those, and a lot of our smaller towns and cities don't have the funds available or don't have the capability of coming up with a 20% match. Hypothetically, if you had $1 million they were going after to do some infrastructure work, they would have to come up with $200,000, and that is a big ask for some of our real small towns and communities and villages in the state. So this fund would be created so a small town or community could reach in and request this 20% match from DFA to put towards the federal grant. And that's a quick explanation of the bill. We had changed in committee that 200,000, we moved it to 250,000, but at the time we were a little confused on the language in the bill, but since we spoke with the author of the bill in the Senate and had a better explanation of it, and that's why we decided to back down to the 200,000 would be the maximum that a municipality could draw, is that $200,000. That would allow the funds at DFA to be more towns and cities could utilize that funding if we had a maximum of 200,000 for the community to request. And that's an explanation of the bill, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on the bill? Gentleman from Marshall, Mr. Faulkner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman, you yield?
Yes, sir.
So you just said I know we moved to 250 in the committee. So what happened?
In the committee, we were a little confused thinking that was the maximum of the grant. And what that is that is actually the maximum that community could draw from DFA. In essence, in other words, if they would be going after $1 million grant. So we decided to leave it as the author originally planned, because if you had, for instance, $1 million, it would be a $200,000 match. Just to keep the math simpler if we left it there.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Jim.
Gentleman from Itawamba, Mr. Boyd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman, you?
Yes, sir.
Where will this money be requested as a certain amount to be set up in DFA?
The program will be set up at DFA. Appropriations will determine the amount of money they can, or if they will, put some in that fund. And then after that, those monies are put in there, then the municipalities will be able to request up to $200,000 to use as their match to draw down the federal monies.
Okay, so we'll have to appropriate the money.
That's
to
correct.
Have
That's
the
correct,
money.
gentlemen. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
See no further questions.
Move final passage, Mr. Speaker.
Move final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk, by a vote of 120 yeas, 0 nays. Bill passes. You have another bill?
Mr. Speaker, with permission, I'd like to go forward on the calendar and bring up Senate Bill 2893. I don't have the calendar with me to see what number that is.
Number 31, 2893.
2893, yes, sir.
If no objection, we'll skip to that one.
Senate Bill 28.
Whoa. We need to call it up.
Excuse me. Call up Senate Bill 2893 and make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. All opposed no. Ayes have it. Gentlemen, you have a strike-all?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you're recognized to explain the strike-all.
Okay. Mr. Speaker, before we have an amendment to the strike-all.
Okay, you're recognized to explain your amendment to the strike-all.
Recognize the gentleman from Hines to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This changes some language on line 31 and 32, and again on 54 and 55. It deletes a newspaper located within such county municipality, and then it inserts newspaper of general circulation. This just clears up some language of how newspapers are referred to in other bills, and this came at the request of MML and the Press Association. Sorry. This line 31 and 32, 54 and 55, it deletes newspaper located within such county or municipality, and it changes it to say newspaper of general circulation. This is at the request of MML and the Press Association. And I'll yield for any questions.
Any questions on the amendment? I don't see any. All those in favor of Amendment 1 to Amendment 1, say aye. All opposed, no. Ayes have it. Amendment is adopted.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Back to the bill itself, is we're adjusting the time period in your counties and cities when they're going to have a hearing to change the zoning of a particular parcel of property. They have to have hearings and they have to notify the public. And currently it's 15 days prior to the hearing. This bill will move it to 30 days out. So it'll give you the general public a little more time to find out about it, number one, and to prepare any questions or if they want to go to the hearing. It also includes that they, in addition to putting it in their local newspaper, and that goes back to the amendment we just spoke of, if they don't have a local newspaper, they're allowed to put it in another newspaper of general circulation. But in addition to that, they have to put it on their website if that particular municipality has a website. They don't have to create a website if they don't have one, but if they have a website for that municipality or county, they're supposed to put the hearing notice on that website as well, and they're supposed to put it on Facebook. And all this needs to take place 30 days out. We did not change the 10-day appeal process. Gentleman from Choctaw, we left that in place. But it's just all this does is move the hearing notice out 30 days prior to the hearing instead of 15 days prior. I'll entertain any questions.
Questions on the amendment? Gentleman from Choctaw, Mr. Hood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You said that every county municipality had to put it on their website if they had one. Is there any population limit to that? Because I know some of their counties and municipalities may put up a very simple website, say, hey, welcome to this town, welcome to, that's not really maintained by anyone. So I know this body has put amendments in there in the past, population limits to it. Is that in this bill anywhere?
Gentlemen, that subject did not come up as far as the population goes. I guess it was assumed that only your larger municipalities and counties had websites, but you have a good point. But it just states that if you have a website, it should be placed on the website. It does not have any population requirement.
That's my only concern that I have is like you can go and you can get a simple website that's put up, says welcome to the town. It doesn't have any connect. It doesn't have any live feed. It doesn't have any of that information. So now we could be getting ourselves into a position where our small towns and counties have to take their website down because they're not putting stuff up on it. And so that's my only concern about requiring them to put it on their website. Most of our towns and cities that are active with their websites, it's not going to be a problem for. But I do have a lot of concern for little small towns and villages that have a very simple website that there's no upkeep to and nothing is updated on it. It's just a welcome to the town type thing. And so we're going to lose websites, lose access, not enhance it.
Gentlemen, that's a very valid concern. That has not been brought up to this point. If you want to introduce some type of amendment, I'd be open to that. Or if you want to amend to put in a reverse repealers, you know, I'm totally up to you on that, sir. But at this point, what language we're speaking of, everybody up until now has been on agreeance with, as far as MML Press Association. Everybody's been in agreeance on, but nobody has brought up that point. It's a good point.
How do you want to handle it, gentlemen? You're the chairman.
I'll entertain an amendment, either a reverse repealer. We'll keep working it through the process, as a famous gentleman on the floor usually says.
So you would be amenable to a reverse repealer?
I want this legislation to be correct when it leaves this building going across the street. If it makes it that far, I would like for it to be correct and everybody be on board with it, gentlemen.
Thank you.
I see no further questions.
Mr. Speaker, we're going to have an amendment. Stand by, please. Yeah, she's doing it. You can come do it.
All of my amendment does is add a reverse repealer.
Okay, we have questions on the Amendment 2 to Amendment 1. I see no questions. All those in favor of Amendment 2, say aye. All opposed, no. Ayes have it. Amendment 2 is adopted.
There's no further question. I move final passage, Mr. Speaker.
I see no further questions. So we have Strike All Amendment 1 we need to adopt. All those in favor of the Strike All Amendment 1, say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. We're back on the bill.
No further questions. I move final passage, Mr. Speaker.
Move final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 118 yeas, 0 nays, bill passes. Gaming. Gentlemen, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I go to item 25, Senate Bill 2369. Call it up, make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, placed on final passage. All those in favor say aye. All opposed, no. Ayes have it. Gentlemen, you're recognized to explain the bill.
I'd like to recognize the gentleman from Harrison to explain the bill.
Gentlemen, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This bill is the same version that we passed earlier in the session, the House bill, when it relates to casino jackpots. Anything over $2,000 can be withheld for child support that's owed. Mr. Speaker, that's my explanation of the bill. I yield for questioning.
I don't see any questions, gentlemen.
Move to final passage.
Move to final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 92 yeas, 22 nays, bill is adopted. Judd B. Public Health.
Thank you, Mr.
Oh, I'm sorry. I missed you. I was looking for you back there. You're recognized, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to call up item number 26, Senate Bill 2338, and make the usual motions.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, placed on final passage. All those in favor say aye. All opposed, no. Ayes have it. Gentlemen, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill will extend the statute of limitations for felonious assistance program fraud to 10 years after the commission of the fraud. So this is extending that statute of limitations from the general statute of limitations to 10 years for assistance fraud. That's an explanation of the bill. I will yield for any questions.
Gentleman from Tishomingo, Mr. Carpenter, you have a question? Hang on 1 second. Lady from Jones, Ms. Scott.
Thank you. I know it's not going to get these people, but will it get these folks that we have never can't seem to get them in trial over there for stealing $200 million from the state from the Department of Human Services?
It's not retroactive, but those people have been indicted, so their statute of limitations has been stayed.
Okay. Well, are they going to ever be tried? I guess that's the question.
Well, you'll have to talk to the judge about that.
The judge, is that who we need to see?
I can't. I'm a lawyer. I can't go earwigging judges, but maybe you can.
Okay, thank you, sir, because somebody need to go to jail for $200 million.
Gentleman from home, Mr. Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With the gentleman yield.
Yes, sir.
What's the current statute of limitations?
It's either 2 or 3 years. I can't remember off the top of my head for sure. But it's under the general criminal statute of limitations. I think it's 3.
Okay. And what all did this entail?
Basically, I guess food stamp fraud, SNAP fraud, TANF fraud, stuff like that.
Okay. And gentlemen, I'm just going to tell you my concern. You know, one of the reasons for statute of limitation is evidence, being able to bring it to trial, also witnesses, being able to have them to come to court and testify. And I guess what my concern is, if 10 years has passed, witnesses have died, documents have been destroyed, that I could use or my client can use as a defense, that they'll be limited in their defense. Was any consideration given to 10 years maybe being too long?
I think there was consideration given. We went back and forth between various different periods of time, 10, 15, 7. We settled on 10 with the Senate. We agreed with this language. I do not believe, well, I know for a fact that the intent of this bill is more or less to target individuals on the larger scale, similar to the scandal we saw at TANF a couple of years ago. That's the type of evidence that you'll see remaining over a 10-year period.
Right.
So that's the intent of the bill, but I do understand your concerns, gentlemen.
And I guess my concern is, would the government's records most likely would be preserved because
Correct.
they're in the business of housing and maintaining records. But if I put on my food stamp application 10 years ago that I had 5 people living in my house, and you saying I only had 2, and I've moved 2 or 3 times, maybe a little more difficult for me to go back and find, you know, school records or other documents that will provide a defense. So I'm just going to ask you, gentlemen, as they go through the process, I think I'm in favor of the intent, but I have some concern about the byproduct, the possible byproduct of this legislation.
I appreciate that, gentlemen.
Thank you, gentlemen.
See no further questions.
Move for final passage.
Move final passages. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk, by a vote of 82 yeas, 34 nays. Bill passes. Hold on just a second. I recognize the gentleman from Tishomingo, Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Please help me make welcome in the North Gallery, the great state of Texas, the state representative, Mr. Brooks Landgraf, and his daughter. Please stand and be welcome. Mr. Speaker, they're on their way to Vicksburg. She's studying Civil War history.
That's great. That's great. Gentlemen, you're recognized for your next bill. You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On item number 27, I just realized I need to get a quick amendment ready. So while we're doing that, I'd like to skip to item number 28.
You're recognized, gentlemen.
And I'm going to recognize the lady from AMIT to present that bill.
Lady, you're recognized to explain the strike all.
Have we called it up yet? Oh, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to go to item 28,
Oh, I'm sorry.
Senate
I'm
Bill.
sorry. I'm sorry. Gentleman calls the bill up, moves rules be suspended, the bill considered in gross, read the third time, placed on final passage. All those in favor say aye. All opposed, no. Ayes have it. Lady, you're recognized to explain the strike all.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The strike all for Senate Bill 2890 deals with the Judicial Systems Operations Fund, and it is phasing in an increase for the Judicial Systems Operations Fund for the fee. The bill as it came to us from the Senate repealed the Judicial Systems Operations Fund. The strike all is doing a phase-in to increase the fee to Judicial Systems Operations to $125. So right now it's $40, and what the strike all would be is $40 for cases filed through June 30th, 2026, $65 for cases filed on or after July 1st, 2026, through June 30th, 2027, $90 for cases filed on or after July 1st, 2027, through June 30th, 2028, $110 for cases filed on or after July 1st, 2028, through June 30th, 2029, and $125 for cases filed on or after July 1st, 2029. And as you know, the Judicial Systems Operations Fund, these fees are what funds the salaries for our state judges. And that's an explanation of the strike all. Mr. Speaker, I'll yield for any questions.
Questions on the bill? Questions on the strike all? Gentleman from Jefferson, Mr. Harness.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentleman yield? I mean, would the lady yield? I'm sorry.
I will, yes.
What are we tacking these fees on to?
Judicial Systems Operations Fund, because these special funds are used to fund the salaries for our judges. So it'd only be on the civil cases, as you know, because you handle the criminal as well.
Are we raising the filing fees?
So it's the fees, yes, for the Judicial Systems Operations Funds, yes.
We're adding $125?
We're increasing it over a period of time. We're phasing it in to $125. We're phasing it in.
For filing fee, for civil case filers.
Right, that will, for the Judicial Systems Operations.
I understand what they're for, and I know they're important. That's kind of heavy.
Well, gentlemen, that's why, and I'm glad you mentioned that. We thought about that, gentlemen, because we didn't want to do anything that would be heavy or too heavy for an attorney. That's why we're phasing it in.
Okay.
Over a period of time.
I know they're pretty steep in other states, but, you know,
I couldn't hear you.
I said I know they're pretty steep in other states as well, but I just wanted to clarify what you were meaning, what these fees were being attached to.
To the filing fees.
Okay. All right. Thank you, lady.
You're welcome.
I see gentleman from Covington, Mr. Sanford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Lady, yield?
I will, yes.
Lady, I was looking at the strike off. So we're going from $40 now. In 2029, it'll be raised to $125. Is that right?
Yes.
So we're tripling the fee over 3.5 years.
Yes.
Are we expecting the expenses of the Judicial System Operation Fund to triple over the next 3 years?
So right now, the Judicial Systems Operations Fund, as you know, approximately 34.46% of it.
I can't hear you very well, I'm sorry.
And I can't hear you very well either. But can you hear me? So thank you, Mr. Speaker. 34.46% of the JSOF is used to fund the salaries. And so, as you know, in addition to that, for a certain period of time, the county courts, their salaries were supposed to be paid out of that. And so the amount that Judicial Systems, to answer your question, is collecting really isn't enough to support what needs to be done with the salaries for the judges. So yes, to answer your question, there is a problem with it, and we're hoping by phasing in this fee increase over a period of time that it'll help sustain it.
So if there's a shortage now, who's picking up the shortage?
The general fund is, because these fees are special funds. So if you eliminate it as what came to us from the Senate, or if there's a shortage, then the general fund has to pick it up, or either AOC has to come across the street and ask for a deficit.
Are we expecting a judicial pay raise to come out that would, need more money to be paid in?
That's a possibility. I mean, it's still being discussed. I don't know what may come out at the end of the year as we near the end of conference, but that's a possibility.
Okay, thank you, lady.
You're welcome.
Gentleman from Forest, Mr. Watson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If the gentlelady will yield.
Yes, sir, I will.
Yes. Who pays these fees?
The attorneys are paying for them when they file their cases, and I'm assuming it would be up to whatever is the agreement, the engagement agreement between the attorney and client, where the attorney himself or herself is bearing these fees, or if the attorney is passing that on to the client, because sometimes the client is asking for reimbursement of these fees.
But ultimately, just assume that the client is pro bono, who is paying the fee.
If the client is pro bono, then again, it would be up to the agreement between the attorney and the client. I don't know if the attorney is saying, I'm not going to charge you a fee, but you pay me filing fees or expenses. So if it's just complete pro bono, it would be up to the attorney.
Pro se, I meant, with it being pro se, who would be paying the fee?
It would be the client. It would be the individual. If it's pro se and they're not represented by an attorney, it would be whomever is filing the case.
Okay. But ultimately, the cost of litigation, expenses like this, they are passing definitely on to the client, is it not?
Again, gentlemen, I can't speak for every attorney. Some attorneys do not. So it depends on, again, the agreement between the attorney and the client. So I can't say ultimately in every case, because I don't know in every case what agreement the attorney and the client have agreed to.
Okay. And now, gentlelady, who is requesting this bill?
So there's not necessarily a requester in this particular instance. The gentleman who's the chair of elections just raised a question about where we anticipating some kind of raise for the judges. And as I answered the gentleman, that may very well be the case. It's still to be decided. But whether it is or it isn't, and you were here in 2003, historically, from what we've been able to gather, when Judicial Systems Operations Fund was put in place in 2003, and it was meant as a special fund to be able to help pay for these raises. Okay. And if the Judicial Systems Fund isn't collecting the amount of revenue that it needs to, then with the law that has been previously put in place in 2003, pardon me, if that's the sole purpose of Judicial Systems Operations Fund, then there's going to have to be some kind of adjustment somewhere, or ultimately the general fund is going to bear it.
Okay, the last time I was involved in a lawsuit in Louisiana, the filing fee was $1,600. Are we headed towards that here in Mississippi?
Gentlemen, I mean, I'm licensed in Louisiana as well and practice in Louisiana. I can't say, as you know, Louisiana is a Napoleonic state. Hopefully we're not looking to raise the filing fee to $1,600, but I would say over a period of time, if this is 2026, that unless we are going to solely put all the burden on the general fund, then with the decision that was made in 2003 to have a special fund such as the Judicial Systems Operations Fund, which I think is quite honestly a good idea, so that you can make some fees from, make and recoup money from the filing fees, then it won't get to $1,600. I hope not, gentlemen, but it's just a modest increase. It's a slight bump. And when we were considering this increase, this phase-in, gentlemen, we were cognizant of the fact when there were discussions, and we've had discussions across the street as well from the Supreme Court because we wanted their input into this as well. We were cognizant of the fact that we did not want anything burdensome.
Okay. Now under the strike all amendment, what would be the amount of the fee at the conclusion of the phase-in period?
It would be $125. So you're taking it from $40. So $40 for cases filed through June 30th of this year, $65 for cases filed on or after July 1st, 2026 through June 30th, 2027. Then $90 for cases filed on or after July 1st, 2027 through June 30th, 2028. $110 for cases filed on or after July 1st, 2028 through June 30th, 2029. And $125 for cases filed on or after July 1st, 2029. So at the end of July 1st, 2029 is when it's going to be the $125.
All right.
But if you look at the strike all, I mean, that strike all is replete with fees. It's not just for the JSOF. I mean, this strike all, as you know, because you've been practicing law, and I mean this very respectfully to you, with all due respect, I mean, you've been practicing for a long time and have a great reputation, not just legislatively, but also legally. So you know that there are several filing fees that are in this bill, not just for JSOF, which is what we're addressing.
All right. Thank you, gentlelady.
You're welcome.
Gentleman from Harrison, Mr. Felcher.
Lady, you.
I will.
Where did the projection for it to need to be $125 come from?
So there were several considerations. We worked with LSO. If my memory serves me correct, one of the amounts that we had talked about with AOC was $150. So we looked at the projections at $150, $125, $100, $110. Also be mindful that was balanced with the amount that we actually needed to collect to make sure that we brought JSOF up to where it needed to be. Because right now, you have to keep in mind, you're still paying circuit court and chantry, right? These fees don't apply to criminal cases because those are usually going to be bought by the state or the county if the district attorney is paying these, if the district attorney, pardon me, is bringing these criminal cases. So you're only relying on the money, the fees that are coming from the civil.
And these fees help fund the operation of the court system?
Yes.
And if
they help to pay the salaries. These are going to be the special funds per the statute that are going to be used to pay a certain amount of the salaries for your state judges. Yes.
And if we don't get the money this way by ensuring that the people using the system pay the fees, then it will be the burden on the taxpayer out of the general fund to make up the difference.
It will, yes.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Lady from Lincoln, Ms. Curry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentlelady yield?
I will, yes.
So we're talking about all these fees. Why is this a majority vote?
I'm checking. We're still on the strike all, is what I'm told by the
Okay, so
clerk.
it will change when we change back?
Yes, that's what the clerk is telling you.
Okay, so who asked for this? Who asked for this bill?
So, again, there wasn't
a particular person.
The gentleman from Forest just asked this question. There wasn't necessarily a particular requester. This is appropriations, the committee coming forward with a way to address anticipated financial needs that may be coming forward in the future. and working across the street with AOC. And let me just say this, there was great consideration paid into making sure that we didn't just immediately pass 125. I mean, it is methodically phased in over a 3-year period of time.
But that money is triple. They're not just asking for a little bit. They're foreseeing triple the amount needed. That concerns me a little bit. I can't hear.
I can't hear you either.
Mr. Speaker, we can't hear each other.
Members are indicating they cannot hear. Please keep your conversations to a minimum or take them out into the chamber.
Well, now I may forgot. So they're asking for triple the amount. So we're looking in the future to say, okay, we're going to triple this amount for them.
So
I just think that's a little much.
Again, when I say we, working with appropriations and legislative services, we spent a great deal of time since actually before January last year, anticipating the needs that the court may have. So it's not only judicial systems operations that has a fee. If you look at the strike all, you have a myriad of filing fees that are in the strike all that are not being raised. Let me say this only applies to judicial systems operation fund. So if you don't get the fees somewhere, and if we were to go and strike judicial systems operations, then you're looking at more money that's going to be coming from the general fund. So
the taxpayers pay us the general fund and the taxpayers pay that. It's pretty much all the same, isn't it?
It could be, depending on how much money you're collecting in the general fund, because as you know, we have several sources that we use in appropriations. You sit on appropriations. We've got special funds. You've got general funds. So you know that
it's just all taxpayers' dollars.
It's all taxpayers' dollars, but, lady, again, if you don't have this, it's going to be a heavy, heavy load coming in the future. That's less money that you're going to have for corrections.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I think they need less money.
Lady from Humphreys, Ms. James Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. General Lady, do you
I will, yes.
Quick question. Well, a couple of questions. The state of Mississippi right now has minimum wage at $7.25. Do not see any anticipation of increasing. However, if an individual is pro se and wanted to then file an appeal, we just passed last week, a couple of weeks ago, that court reporter cost is going to be increased to $6 per page. And then now in 2029, the filing fee will be increased now to approximately $250. And if I wanted to file an appeal, do you think that this would be a deterrent for a person that may be making minimum wage that wants to file an appeal to the next level of courts because of all of the fees?
So this doesn't deal with an appeal, lady. I mean, you're a former circuit clerk, right? And you realize, being a former circuit clerk, that there are fees that go to the circuit clerk.
Right.
And so the circuit clerks have asked for, in the past, they've asked for certain fees to be raised.
Right, but
and
this
so,
is...
hold on.
Okay.
With respect to the appeal, I would say this is just at the initial level. This isn't dealing with the appeal process, but there are certain instances too where I know that pro se litigants have asked court, I don't have the money. Can I please have the filing fee waived? Court, I don't have the appeal money. Is there any way there can be some consideration? Now, it's up to the judge whether or not that's granted, if the expenses are reimbursed at the end, but there are mechanisms, and I think especially here in Mississippi, that we've given great consideration to instances where people just honestly, as you said, don't have the money for filing fees. And so that was taken into consideration with this phase in, because we didn't want to spring it on people all at once. But I think you asked a very good question, as did the gentleman from Forest, in terms of pro se litigants. What do you do? How may they be affected? And that's something that the committee took into consideration. So you did ask a very good question.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. One last question, but realizing that this judicial fund, it is strictly justice, it's strictly judges. It has nothing to do with clerks.
It doesn't. I'm using that as an example because you are a former clerk.
Right.
And you do realize by you being a former clerk that there have been instances when those fees, and there have been requests from chancery clerks and circuit clerks to raise fees.
Right, and not granted. But thank you so
You're
much
welcome.
for that.
Gentleman from Holmes, Mr. Clark.
Clerk's hand got it.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With a lady here.
Of course.
Lady, I'm reading the bill and I'm a little confused. I really am.
All right, where are you? Tell me what line.
I'm looking at the fees and I'm looking at all of the other fees and the fees we're adding. So this is on the filing of civil complaints, correct?
Yes,
Okay.
it's not criminal. That's what I've said. It's not criminal.
So when you add up all those fees, right now we're at about $148 now when you do the current fees that we have. So this is going to be an additional amount. 165. So we are right now at 165. So in 2029, it's going to go up by an additional 125. So we're going to be at about $290 filing fee?
Thereabouts.
Okay. So that $290 would apply to the grandmother who mother passed and she's trying to get a guardianship of her 2 grandkids, so she's going to have to come up, just the filing fee, not the attorney fees, she's going to have to come up with $290 twice in that situation.
Again, is the grandmother being represented by you, or is the grandmother being
She's been
represented
represented by me, but of course, I'd give attorney fees plus expenses. So even if my heart go out to her and say, I'm going to do it for free, but as you said, you have to pay the expenses, she's going to have to come up with approximately about $600 just to get guardianship over her 2 grandkids, if I have to file 2 petitions.
Gentlemen, she may have to, and then she may not. I think all of us who are practicing attorneys in here, and I'm from a rural area, I'll be the first one to admit, you know, in my area, everybody doesn't have the money to pay $500 an hour or however it's, you know, whatever the charge is.
Right.
And so I think it's incumbent upon us, especially the attorneys who are in this chamber. Now, I could see if it's a layperson who is not practicing, but especially for the attorneys who are practicing, and you know how you're charging, how you're not charging, you realize, you know, that there are certain mechanisms that may be available for individuals who don't have the money, who are indigent, then there may have to be some adjustments made in favor of that client who you said is the grandmother who doesn't have the money. And that's certainly realistic that a client, especially a grandmother who's on a fixed income, gentleman, isn't going to have the money necessarily.
And the lady made reference to the indigent request to have the filing fee waived. But if you actually look at that statute, Counselor, that statute says one of the things the court look at if you own property, which would disqualify you. So this grandmother who may be on a fixed income but may have title to her home, she would be excluded from making a request to the court for saying she's indigent and make a request to waive the filing fee. But also in divorce proceedings, it's going to go up to about $290 if a mother who may be in an abusive relationship trying to get out of that divorce, it's going to go up to about $290 for her as well, correct?
Well, gentlemen, that's why I said a few minutes ago when I was answering the lady from Humphreys, is that with that request, it's up to the court. So you're exactly right. It's up to the court. There, with that statute, you know, there are certain provisions, but that statute is there. And so if there has not been an increase, and I can give y'all, you know, the numbers with how much the judicial systems operations is taking in now. Right now it's taking in $4 million. You're at a minimum, I would say like a very mild minimum of it being lacking an additional 2.5 million. And so if, like the gentleman who's the chair of apportionment election said, if there is a fee increase, a salary adjustment made for the judges, or whether it's not, going forward, if you're already looking at a slight minimum of 2.5, right? Going forward, we're either going to continually be looking at deficit appropriations or relying on your general fund to make up that slack.
Okay. And lady, one last question. Mr. Speaker, I can barely hear.
Members are indicating they cannot hear. Please keep your conversations to a minimum.
And lady, the last question. Over the last 10 years, filings across the board have gone down across the state. Some would say tort reform and various reasons, but whatever that reason is, filings have gone down. Was it any concern that these increase? Because when I first started practicing law, filing fee was $85, and now it's $160. Is there any concern that the increase in these fees have contributed to a decrease in people trying to go to court to get some type of remedy at law?
There was some consideration for it, and again, another great question. I'm glad you raised it because it's something that the Appropriations Committee considered in working with LSO. We actually went and got the filings, the numbers. And so if you looked at the Chancery and the circuit, actually, gentlemen, depending on what Chancery court you're in, some of these don't look like they've decreased at all.
Okay, what time frame are we looking at, lady?
And we took a snapshot, gentlemen, of July 1st. What I have right here is July 1st, 2025 through December 31st, 2025. These are the most recent numbers, but then we also went several years back. And when AOC, and talking to them to see, because we didn't want to do anything without talking to AOC and making sure we weren't creating any ripples with the court system, they also took a snapshot and looked at what the filings were too. And we also looked, in addition to that, as you know, we just did judicial redistricting very recently, and a lot of that dealt with the case filings and what was in MEC. And we took a look at those numbers as well. So I'm glad that you raised that because we did take a look at that.
And later, I would encourage you to go back prior to 2020, 2019. As you know, during COVID, for about 2 years, a lot of legal business was bottlenecked, so to speak. And there was a lot of filings afterwards. So I'm not sure if that gives us a total picture of what our filings look like. But thank you, lady.
Oh, you're welcome. Thank you.
Gentleman from Jones, Mr. Blackwell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think I may have misheard you. It's been hard to hear at times, but did I hear you say earlier that in this bill there were other filing fee increases other than this?
No, I said that there are filing fees. The only one that's increased is judicial systems operations. And I just use that as an illustratory example, just to say that in addition to judicial systems operations, you also have other filing fees in there. But no, sir. If it came out that way, no. I want to clarify now.
I just misheard you. I apologize.
Okay.
I just want to make sure.
No, but I'm glad that you asked. There aren't any other fee increases.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Gentleman from Washington, Mr. Bailey. He requests to speak on the bill.
Okay.
I see no further questions. Recognize. Gentleman from Washington is recognized to speak against the strike all.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It amazes me about the hypocrisy that goes on in this state. Now, we cut the income tax. We cut the income tax, and on the basis that we didn't need it. We don't need that money. But ever since the cut of the income tax, we've been bringing up fee after fee after fee after fee. Now, who are we fooling? Where does this insanity stop? What about the people who cannot afford to pay all these fees? Everybody don't have the same level of income. Like the lady from Humphrey says, minimum wage is just $7.25. We won't raise that. But on the other hand, we want to raise all the fees that people have to pay for just everyday transactions of business. Don't you all understand what you're doing here? You cut the income tax, but now you want to now go back and rob people to pay for that income tax you cut. So I think we ought to stop this. It's been more fees this session than any time I've been here. And guess what? I've been here 31 years and nobody has ever raised a fee to give a legislator a salary. So a lot of you are scared to give your own selves a salary increase. You're just scared, but you want to put a fee on everything and everybody else. It's time for the hypocrisy to stop. So I'm up here speaking because I'm not going to be here much longer. But somewhere along the line, you ought to have some sense. The people sent you down here to have some sense. Not to cut the income tax and then put fees on everybody and everything that you do. Sooner or later, when you get ready to go to the bathroom, you're going to have to put a dime in there for a fee to go in there. You can't do anything without a fee around here now. So I'm against this amendment because we're going on a train, and this train is taking off and moving pretty fast, and we're going to be to a point where the whole state is going to be run on fees, and the fees are not fair to everybody. The fees are going to hurt the little man. And for the little man, I'm asking you, let's defeat this amendment. Thank you.
I recognize the lady to respond.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to just say again, ladies and gentlemen, this Judicial Systems Operations Fund was put in place in 2003. When this Judicial Systems Operations Fund was put in place, there was no talk about any House Bill 1, House Bill 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There was no talk about any kind of income tax. All this was meant to do was to put in place some kind of mechanism in 2003. We're now in 2006, so we could have a way to fund my judges' salaries, your judges' salaries. That was all that the Judicial Systems Operations Fund was meant to do. And we are phasing it in gradually. Each of you have in your community, you know of someone right now who may or may not be able to pay the filing fee. And that's where it becomes incumbent on us as an attorneys to make sure and say, hey, you know what? As the gentleman said a few minutes ago, this grandmother who needs the guardianship, we may have to make an adjustment as the attorney. But as I told the gentleman from Forest during our Q&A, it depends on what kind of agreement the attorney has with the client. And when we take the bar exam and we pass the bar and we get our license and we start practicing, guess what? The gentleman from Forest brought it back to my memory. There is ideology for a practicing attorney, you to put in so many hours of pro bono work for instances where you know that a person cannot pay your fee. You know that as an attorney, the grandmother who wants to do the guardianship for two people, they're not going to be able to pay the filing fee. But if we are going to have a good system, a good court system in the state of Mississippi, if we're going to have good judges in the state of Mississippi, we're going to have to pay them. And that's why the Judicial Systems Operations Fund was put in place, so that we could have fees. Many of you have told me that your your son, your daughter is going to law school. Guess what? They may want to be a judge one day. Do we want to lose them? Do we want them practicing in another state? Or do we want to retain good judges here? And if we want to keep our judges, we're going to have to pay them. Vote for this. It's phased in. Again, Appropriations has spent many hours looking at whether it should be 125, 150. It's going to go to conference, so we can continue to work on it. Appropriations, we welcome your feedback, but let's just send this through the process, as the gentleman from Choctaw likes to say. Let's send this through the process, let it go to conference, and see what comes out of it. Thank you. Let's vote.
All right. Question occurs on the adoption of Strike All Amendment 1. If you favor the strike all, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The noes have it. The noes have it. Strike all is defeated. We're back.
I have a motion, Mr. Speaker.
State your motion.
I want to lay this bill on the table subject to call.
All right. Ladies' motion is lay the bill on the table subject to call. If you favor that motion, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Thank you, lady. Gentleman from Pearl River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I need to go back up to item number 27, Senate Bill 2807, and call that bill up and make the usual motions.
2805, gentlemen. Am I looking at the right?
You are. I'm blind.
Yes, sir. Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read a third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. I see you got a strike all, gentlemen.
I do have a quick amendment to the strike all.
All right, you're recognized for your amendment.
This simply adds a reverse repealer to this bill. I was looking through it and I noticed something that looks a little wonky to me, so I want to check it out before we send it to the governor.
All right, questions on the amendment? I don't see any. Question occurs on the adoption of Amendment 1. I'm sorry. On the amendment, gentleman from Jefferson, you're recognized.
Would the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
What did you see?
I didn't hear you.
What did you see?
I saw where it talked about felonious neglect of a child, and I don't see a definition as to felonious neglect of a child. So I want to make sure we're not creating a crime without a definition.
All right. I see no further questions. Question occurs on the adoption of Amendment 1 to the strike all. If you favor Amendment 1, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Anything further on the strike all, gentlemen?
Move for adoption.
I see no questions. Question occurs on the adoption of strike all Amendment 1. If you favor the strike all, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Anything further on the bill?
I'll just do a quick explanation. This bill simply requires that the courts report the convicted and adjudicated abusers to the CPS Abuser Registry. That's an explanation of the bill.
Questions on the bill? Gentleman from Jefferson, Mr. Harness.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
Gentlemen, so what we are about to do, just so I'm straight, we are about to create a child abuse registry.
We already have one.
Okay, is this registry, we already have a child abuse registry?
Yes, it's not public.
It's not public?
Correct. This is just requiring that when a youth court adjudicates a child delinquent, or when a circuit court convicts an adult of being an abuser, that they send those orders to CPS to be added to the registry.
Okay, so it's not a public registry?
It's not a public registry.
Okay, thank you, gentlemen.
You're welcome.
I see no further questions, gentlemen. You move final passage?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 112 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item, Mr. Chairman.
I'll move next to item number 29, Senate Bill 2728. I'll call the bill up and make the usual motions.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read a third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. I see you got a strike all, gentlemen.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, move to adopt the strike all.
All right, you're recognized to explain the strike all.
Thank you. This is the youth court bill that's been percolating throughout the session. We've been working with the Senate and the chairman over there, including the governor's office. What this version of the bill does, it will not remove the referee system. It will not expand the chancery court system in this version of the bill. The only thing this bill does is it does bring some more transparency to youth court. It does remove that pre-petition involvement of the youth court judge to an extent, and it opens up the ability for AOC to implement a diversion program. There's also a reverse repealer in the bill. I think everyone can agree that we need to make some reforms to our youth court system. We have children that are neglected and abused every day. We have the Olivia Y settlement agreement we're still trying to work through. Everyone can agree that we need to make some reforms to this bill or to the system. We're going to keep working this bill through the process, get it to conference. But at this time, the House position is not to remove the referee system.
Questions on the strike all? Lady from Jones, Ms. Scott.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Will the chairman, would you yield, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, on the diversion program, is that the wilderness program? Is it the wilderness program? Is that what the diversion program is going to be? Or is it the adolescent offender program? Is that which one of them is it going to be the diversion?
You mean, what do you mean, the wilderness program? Tell me what you're talking about.
Well, let me just tell you so you'll know, and I hope that you will agree. When we, 20-something years ago, when we did the program for Camp Shelby, it was a diversion program for children, and the children were supposed to go to the military. That was the reason that I believe we spent a good bit of money, $2 million, I think is what we put in that program. There was a program that we had testimony on called Wilderness, and we also had adolescent offender. Well, the people who came from the juvenile justice program, juvenile justice department in Washington, D.C. said those were not good programs for diversion. That this program, like Camp Shelby, is a better program, motivating parents and children, communities in schools. These are the kinds of programs they were talking about would be better for diversion. So in this bill, is there a named program for diversion?
No, ma'am. No, ma'am, there's not.
And can you tell us where that is in the bill?
I can read. It's on line 373, the definition of diversion.
Okay.
The goal is to specific official action of the legal system not being taken in regard to a specific juvenile or child, and in lieu thereof providing or referring the juvenile or child to an individually designed program or activity provided by government entities or non-governmental entities. The goal being to prevent further involvement of the juvenile or child in the formal legal system.
Okay, good. So this would be before, and they would not be adjudicated juvenile, right?
Correct.
Okay, now the other thing I want to ask you is about the intake. We heard some testimony the other day about trying to get the children, before you get to the intake, I guess, process. Is there something in this bill there, because that came from the Office of the Courts. They were the ones talking about trying to get something prior to that.
So the intake officer is that prior part.
Okay.
So we want to get them before they get to court. The intake officer is the one who will get the initial report, look at the case, and determine whether or not diversion or some other pre-petition involvement is necessary that can keep the child from going into custody.
And so my last question is, so if you have, in Jones County, we have the county and youth court judge, and we do have intake, I believe, and I think we have a counselor as well. if you have something like that in place now, will this bill, will this augment, or will we just stay where we are? We won't get any additional staff?
You may, I don't know if it's being funded by your county or not, but they're potentially.
I think the state funds some of it.
But no, it will just simply augment and expand on that. We have some intake officers as it is, I think 35 throughout the state. They're trying to expand that and give them more responsibility to accomplish the goal of preventing removal or being taken into custody.
And then I think they also talked about, you know, I've been on this absenteeism thing. And I think they said something about absenteeism from the AOC, that they were, can you expound on that?
That's not in this bill.
Well, is we
That
go
was
through,
in the, reforms we had in the teacher pay raise bill for the attendance officers.
okay, so as we go through the process, since this is something that's been considered,
I know what you want to do with absenteeism. I know what you want to do with them parents who ain't sending their kids to school.
thank you, gentlemen.
Gentleman from Hines, Mr. Bell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman, you.
Yes, sir.
Can you tell me what the role of the Office of the Courts, the Administrative Office of Courts, AOC?
What their role is?
Yeah.
They administer the courts.
In this bill, in this legislation?
So their role in this bill is they would facilitate the hiring of the intake officers. They would facilitate the hiring of, I think they would keep a list of guard ad litem to ensure they were getting the proper federal funding from the feds, because they require that the guard ad litems do hourly billing. So they're going to make sure that that all is done correctly so we can draw down the proper federal funds. But as far as getting into the weeds and getting into the individual courts and controlling the courts, that is not going to be their role.
It's not going to be a role. All right. In the second question, and then I'm done. Can you speak to some of the problems and issues that they've been having?
It varies by county. You have some areas where you have judges or court personnel who are not staying up to date on their CPS caseload at all, where there are situations where they're not looking at their cases, they're not looking at, they're not holding the feet to the fire of the individuals responsible for protecting the children, which of course puts children in danger. And then on the other end of the spectrum, you have some areas that are more or less micromanaging the system to the extent that children are remaining in custody too long, or we're not hitting all of our required annual or required regular hearings, things like that.
Right. So we're basically just trying to make it even playing field across the board.
We're trying to get it consistent amongst everyone.
All right. Thank you, Jim.
Or at least I say we. Somebody is.
Gentleman from Marshall, Mr. Faulkner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Chairman, you yield.
Yes.
I just want to piggyback off the lady from Jones' questions about the diversion programs real quick. I think you answered most of my questions, but if a juvenile makes it to the court and goes through the court, now what happens to that person? Do they have a diversion program on the backside like we used to have with the ALP program, or not? Does this bill speak to that?
Say that again, on the backside.
Okay, years ago, as Lady from Jones mentioned, there was the ALP program, and I worked in that program for like 12 years. But those juveniles had to go through the court system, then they was awarded to the program. Well, that program no longer exists. Is there anything in this bill that speaks to maybe bringing a program like that back, or were you saying before they get to court? I'm just trying to be clear on that.
So I don't think it would preclude it. I think the language of this bill would allow that. We just don't identify specific programs. We leave that open. But I think the definition of diversion would be sufficient to allow that even after the entry into the system.
Right. So back then, the state there was so much money, so different nonprofits had to apply, and there were programs that covered all 82 counties. So are we looking to go back in that direction perhaps?
So this bill, of course, is accompanied by a budget request that would be necessary to fund some of these reforms, which has been a hang-up as to the Senate's original version all along. The price tag of this, together with every individual part of the state, is unique in how they do this. So you have uniqueness, which is beneficial in some areas, but then a lack of consistency, is also a problem. So the goal is to, one, make sure we can pass something that's meaningful that we can actually fund, because without the money, there's no point in putting anything in black and white in the statute.
Yes, sir. I think those programs were very effective, and I hope, Mr. Chairman, that we're heading back in that direction. Thank you for your work.
Appreciate you, gentlemen. There's a reverse repealer in this bill.
Gentleman from Jefferson, Mr. Harness.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
Well, gentlemen, if I know you well, I know you worked hard on this piece of legislation, and I've been going through your amendment, and there are some things I like about this bill. Most important question, you are, as a small youth court person myself from a small town, you did say you are keeping the youth court referees. Is that correct in this legislation?
In this legislation before us, we are.
All right. I just have a couple more questions that you may want to address down the line. You are giving prosecutors the ability to have other substitutes to the county can.
Yeah, the original version did preclude the appointment of a youth court prosecutor. We took that out as well.
You took that out. Good. Okay. And is there a penalty in the bill for records that have been improperly disclosed? Say if I'm a CPS worker and I let the records get into a third party.
There's penalties in existing law, but we did not change the penalties as it relates to that.
And is there anything in this bill that relates to parent attorneys? Are we including them in this new court system, parent attorneys?
Yes.
Okay, in your amendment?
That's correct, yes. We kept some of the parent attorney stuff in there as well.
Okay, and as needed, the Chancery Court judges as needed, is there any clarification? You think we need to clarify that as needed in the counties that don't have county court judges?
Tell me where you're reading that. What do you mean?
I think I just read it, and I think I read something where it said Chancery Court judges as needed in the new Chancery districts.
So they're in the Chancery Court districts, there's specific provisions in here that say if you have a county court, youth court is with county court.
Right.
If you have a Chancery Court with no county court, it's Chancery Court, and they of course may delegate to their referee or their special master. That's all right. Yeah.
And the only problem I had, I believe, in this bill then is people coming into the court being open to the public. I don't think that's. I know that you put some criteria in there.
There is criteria.
But I just don't think even if it's a delinquency, I don't think that we should let the public in because that could get out of hand.
There is criteria, and also it's still left to the discretion of the judge to determine whether or not that criteria is met.
Okay.
So I think our judges will still have control over the entry into their courtrooms.
All right, thank you, gentlemen, for your work on this bill.
Thank you, sir.
I don't see any further questions, gentlemen. You move adoption of strike all?
Yes, sir.
All right, question occurs on the adoption of strike all amendment 1. If you favor the strike all, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Anything further on the bill, gentlemen?
No, Mr. Speaker, move for passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 115 yeas, 1 nay, the bill passes. Anything further, gentlemen?
Mr. Speaker, I have one more bill down the calendar, if I can take that up.
Gentleman from Union might take issue with that behind you, but you're recognized if there's no objection.
Item 32.
I hear no objection. We'll proceed in that manner. You're recognized for item 32.
Senate Bill 2403. This bill.
All right, you call it up, make the usual
Call it
motion.
up and make the usual motions.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read a third time and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. I see you've got a strike call.
Move to adopt.
You're recognized to explain the strike call.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill increases fees. For the sheriffs. You're talking about our process fees. We just increased them last year to $45. They're requesting that they be increased again to $55. It also increases your bond fee and your tax notice fees. So if you are delinquent on your taxes, they're increasing your fee for delinquent taxes. All right, I have a motion, Mr. Speaker. I have a motion.
State your motion.
Lay it on the table, subject to call.
Gentleman's motion is lay the bill on the table, subject to call. If you favor the motion, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Judd B. yields.
Judd B. yields. All right, I believe that moves us down to item 30. Chairman of Public Health. Gentleman from Union, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item 30, Senate Bill 2477, called up to make the usual motions.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read a third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. I see you got a strike call, gentlemen.
Yes, sir. I would like to table the committee strike call and offer an additional strike call.
All right. Gentleman's motion is to table the committee strike call. If you favor the gentleman's motion, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Strike call from the committee is tabled, gentlemen. Now, you got a substitute strike call?
Yes, sir.
All right. You're recognized to explain strike call amendment 2.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a strike call that refers to the Rural Health Transformational Fund. We've already passed a similar bill out of here. This is all about transparency and prioritization of where these $206 million goes over the next 5 years. It begins by defining what rural is and what gets priority for this money. The rural areas, as defined in this strike call, are communities in the super rural zip codes as defined by CMS. It's also communities in counties that do not have a municipality whose population exceeds 15,000. It also prioritizes the Delta Public Health Region as designated by the Department of Health. It also prioritizes areas outside a metropolitan statistical area. So those will be given priority for this money. It also prioritizes programs providing direct assistance to Mississippi providers and patients, such as a FQHC or a hospital in these areas. And lastly, as far as the prioritization in capital expenditures and other similar grant programs, entities which have not received direct state or federal earmarks in the past 3 years. So if you've not received money in the past 3 years, you receive priority for this Rural Health Transformational Fund. The bill also requires procurement for a statewide health information exchange. It requires quarterly reports to the legislature on spending from the Rural Health Transformational Fund. And lastly, it subjects all contracts flowing through this fund to be subject to the Public Health Records Act. That's an explanation of the strike call, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on strike call 2? Lady from Jones, Ms. Scott.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Would you, Mr. Chairman?
Of course.
Just on that rural transformation entity that's going to be running everything, that's going to be subject to a bid as well, right?
Be subject to what?
To being bidded, that won't just be handed to some entity.
That's not in the strike-all, ma'am.
Okay, so
That's, from my understanding, that's executive office decision.
okay, is it required that it be an executive office decision?
I don't have a,
And
I'm not sure, ma'am.
You know why I'm asking that question?
That's
because,
correct. I know where you're going with it, and I don't disagree.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, ma'am.
Gentleman from Marshall, Mr. Faulkner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Chairman, you yield?
Yes, sir.
These monies are for designated rural hospitals, correct?
No, well, it is for that, but it's the Rural Health Transformational Fund from the federal government, which is for Mississippi. We applied for this, and it's $206 million that will be spent over the next 5 years. And so there's a plan that was submitted by the governor and his staff to the federal government, and we have to follow that plan. This bill just requires more transparency and prioritization to our most health-needed areas in the state, our rural areas.
So, Chairman, how is it going to be determined for the distribution of these monies? Based on
the health plan that was submitted by the governor.
So, do we have a?
I've not seen the plan.
Okay, thank you, sir.
I don't see any further questions, gentlemen. You move adoption of strike all 2?
Yes, sir.
All right, question recurs the adoption of strike all amendment 2. I'm sorry, gentleman from Lawrence, Mr. Evans.
Thank you, Speaker. Gentleman yield.
Yes, sir.
I think I'm understanding what you're saying. This $206 million to be spent over 5 years, however the government wants to spend it, right? Simple question, yes or no?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, see no further questions. If you favor strike all amendment 2, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Anything further on the bill, gentlemen?
No, sir. Final pass.
He moves. Gentleman from Pearl River, for what purpose?
Question.
You yield for further questions, gentlemen?
Yes, sir.
You.
You're
Thank
recognized.
you, gentlemen. Has the governor outlined any projects that he might want to spend some of this money on?
Again, they had to submit an application, and he explained the application, and a lot of what's in here about rural health care is in that application. But he has to follow the application, or I say he and his staff, and that's part of the Rural Health Transformational Plan, is that application, but I have not seen it.
Okay, I mean, the gentleman caught my attention when he said, does the governor get to do this on his own? Is this his discretionary money, or?
He has to follow the plan. The plan that he created, yes.
And what happens if he don't follow the plan we created?
Well, each month, or not each year, the money comes down. There's a chance it could be decreased if we're not following the plan. And there's legislation and things we can do that the money could be increased, such as reducing or removing items from certificate of need, which we've already done.
Can we veto any of his plans, or say we don't want that funded, or don't want him to do that?
I would say this body can veto it. I'm not sure about the other side. No, on the plan, no. That's it. But if
so, all we could do, if he did something we didn't agree with, all we could do was cut his funding next year.
That's my understanding.
Thank you.
All right, see no further questions.
Final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 100 yeas, 6 nays, the bill passes. I believe that concludes our work on the general calendar. Chairman of Ways and Means. Gentleman from Tate here. We have one item on the Ways and Means calendar. Pro Tem's going to get him. We're here for you, gentlemen. We've gone back to the Ways and Means calendar. You had indicated there was one item you and the Pro Tem wanted to take up. We've concluded our work on general calendar, so we're back through, and we are down to Ways and Means. You're recognized.
Mr. Speaker, we would go to item 1, Senate Bill 2863. Call that bill up and make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed read, the third time placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, at this time, I will gladly recognize the Pro Tem to handle a very local issue for him.
Gentleman from Jackson, Pro Tem's recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The bill before us is a bill that is strictly for Jackson County. It involves really an industrial park that's been on the east side of the county for some 65 years. It has 10 industries and business in the park itself. Next to it, along the river and the Jackson County Port Authority, there's additional businesses there that would all be affected if that area was annexed. What the county is doing here is merely trying to protect 60 some odd years of work and investments that they've made, others have made there. The Port Authority, the Jackson County Board of Supervisors, and our economic development people all would like to preserve that area to be an industrial site for economic development. It also affects my constituents. Every single person that I represent would be negatively impacted if the city was ever allowed to annex that area. And what this bill does, it defines an area around that park, and it just says merely that that area cannot ever be annexed by a city, either city. There's actually two cities that kind of butt up against it. But either city would not be able to annex the bill. And that's an explanation of the bill, and I'll be happy to yield for questions.
We have one member that's interested in this. You yield for questions, gentlemen?
I will yield for questions.
Gentleman from Jackson, the junior gentleman from Jackson.
Thank you for the reminder, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, do you yield for questions?
I do.
Would you be kind to a friendly amendment, maybe in the form of a reverse repealer?
I wouldn't consider that a friendly amendment.
Oh, so you definitely would not be kind to a legal description change?
No.
Thank you.
No further questions. I move final passage.
He has no further questions. All right. Gentleman moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote 112 yeas, 1 nay, bill passes. Anything further, Mr. Chairman?
Ways and Means yields at this time.
Thank you, gentlemen. I believe that concludes our work on the calendar for today. Announcements by the clerk's office.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Appropriations B
will meet after adjournment in room 201A. Appropriations C will meet 20 minutes after adjournment in 201A. For tomorrow, Appropriations D will meet at 9 o'clock in 201A. Appropriations E will meet at 9:30 tomorrow in 201A. Local and private will meet after adjournment tomorrow in room 103. Appropriations A, full committee, will meet after adjournment tomorrow in 201A.
Announcements by the members. Gentleman from Tishomingo, Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to hold House Bill 1076 on yesterday's calendar 1076 on a motion reconsidered for purposes of amendment.
Thank you, gentlemen. Gentleman from Jefferson, Mr. Harness.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like unanimous consent to change myself and my desk mate vote on item number 33, Senate Bill number 2527, from no to yea.
Is there objection? Change the gentleman's vote. Lady from Lincoln, Ms. Curry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For the first time this session, I'd like to ask to change my vote. Sorry.
Sounds like there's a lot of heartburn about it.
I know. I don't know what the item is, but Senate Bill 2477, we're searching, but I can't find. I would like to go from a no to a yes.
We passed that today. That's on today's
It was
calendar.
the bill before that one. Item 30.
All right. Is there a serious objection?
Sorry.
Hearing none, change the lady's vote. Gentleman from Rankin, Mr. Shanks.
Need to call a quick rules meeting after adjournment.
Rules meeting immediately upon adjournment. Gentleman from Tate, Mr. Lamar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Similar to the lady, item 31, Senate Bill 2893, I would ask for unanimous consent to change my vote from yes to no on that bill.
Gentleman's request to change his vote. Is there objection? Hearing none, change the gentleman's vote. Gentleman from Pike, Mr. Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask unanimous consent to go to item 1, Senate Bill 2135, and change my vote from yay to nay.
Is there objection? Change the gentleman's vote. Gentleman from Jefferson, Mr. Harness.
Announcement, Mr. Speaker. To all you legislators, the Continental Cigar Club is inviting you all to happy hour, 2 for 1 from 4 to 7 p.m. It's right next door.
Gentleman from Noxubee, Mr. Mickens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like unanimous consent on the general calendar for today, item number 5, to change my vote from yay to nay.
Is there objection? Change the gentleman's vote. Gentleman from Capaya, Mr. Holloway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Announcement, last call on this Turkish Mississippian Friendship Dinner tonight, opening at 6:15, welcome and remarks 6:30, dinner at 7. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. Lady from Hines, Ms. Yates.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to get everybody's attention to the speaker's podium. The cool factor has gone up tremendously. We have my favorite 11-year-old, Evan, my son, up there. I had to pay him to go up there, but he's up there nonetheless. If y'all will help make him welcome.
Right.
He's going to be so mad. So mad.
Lady from Hines, Ms. Foster.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like unanimous consent to change my vote on Senate Bill 2322 from yay to no.
Is there objection? Change the lady's vote. Gentleman from Jackson, Mr. Fondren. Or the senior gentleman from Jackson at Mr. Fondren's desk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Okay, I can't hear myself.
I just want to remind everybody, if you're in the 6 coastal counties, part of the GCRF group, please come to my office just for just a couple of minutes immediately after adjournment.
One coast, right, gentlemen? We got a river that flows all the way to the coast in my district. Gentleman from Simpson, Mr. Wallace.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Adjourn in memory.
Yes, sir.
I'd like to adjourn in memory of Mr. Archie Stewart, longtime friend of mine, and Dennis Miller, the lobbyist outside, as his father-in-law. And it also adjourn in memory of Patricia Jennings, another longtime friend of mine that we lost last week. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, gentlemen. We will certainly do that. I would like to join in the adjourn in memory of one of my constituents from District 48 in Carthage. He was a longtime restaurant owner. He had several wards, but he had the ward restaurant not only in Carthage, but in Kosciuszko, where I grew up, and that was the first little fast food restaurant we had. Great guy. His name's Michael Sellers. He leaves behind wife and kids and grandkids, and he lived a well-rounded life and served his community very well in the Carthage-Lee County community and surrounding area. So we will adjourn in his memory as well today. All right, I believe that covers our announcements. Lady from Jones, Ms. Scott.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I need to ask unanimous consent to change my vote and my deskmate's vote on Senate Bill 2062 from yay to nay.
I'll have to check with the junior gentleman from Hines here. Let me see if he's okay with that.
Oh, okay.
He said you're good, lady.
Thank you so much, gentlemen.
All right, gentleman from Choctaw, Mr. Hood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Item 17, Senate Bill 2472 on the calendar. Item 22, Senate Bill 2801, and item 23, Senate Bill 2754, and item 15, Senate Bill 2027, like read for the third time.
Read the third time? Got you, gentlemen. We will do that. All right, I don't see any further announcements. I'm going to put the motion, and then we're going to have Mr. Burns here gavel us out. Recognize the gentleman from Rankin for the motion.
I move that the House stand adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow.
Gentleman's motion is the House stand adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow. If you favor that motion, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The House stand adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow.